Smith.
Here.
Sade Fashakun.
Here.
Nkosi Nelson.
Here.
Trish Bodie.
Here.
Paul Gautier. Gloria Gonzalez de Lucia. Laura Marquez.
Here. It is 6:15 p.m. and with the quorum of the board present, I call this meeting of the Leander ISD Board of Trustees to order. It is my pleasure tonight to welcome Neetha Beth Anna Botla and Arhem Baxi to lead us in the pledge tonight. They are both fourth graders from Mason Elementary. Come on up, y'all. And whenever y'all are ready, you may begin the pledge.
Please stand and join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing for the Texas Pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Please remain standing for a moment of silence.
Thank you so much, Tanitha and Arhem, for doing the pledge tonight. Up next, we're excited to shine our spotlight on learning with Mason Elementary tonight. And whenever y'all are ready, you may take it away.
Get mics situated, get our poster, and I'll call the first people. Okay. Y'all are, yep, you're good right there. I don't see that. Okay, perfect. All right, Fiona, come on. Here, and
Good evening, Madam President, LISD Board of Trustees, LISD leaders in our Leander ISD community. We are student ambassadors from CC Mason Elementary School, using continuous improvement tools to work together to improve the standards of our own school for all students. We aren't just talking about it. We are looking at the data and the story it is telling us to find out exactly what we can fix.
We didn't just guess what our school needed. We started by asking the 5 whys to get to the root of our ideas. Then we combined everyone's thoughts and compromised so that every single person's idea was included.
From that work, we found 4 main themes that matter most to us: security and strength, love and happiness, growth and purpose, unity and impact.
To get started, we looked at our vision and mission. As a campus community, we have been through a lot of change, and it has been important for us to reimagine who we are.
The campus community went through a process to revise our vision and mission last year and presented us with the final draft of our vision and mission. We visualized the vision and wrote down or drew what stood out to us the most.
In looking at the themes of our vision, we want our school to be a place where everyone is capable, resilient, equitable, and focused on growth.
Our mission to get there is focused on real-world competencies, strong academics, a safe environment, and total collaboration and empathy. We are trying to bring this vision to life through our actions.
So great. There you go.
And next, we used a bone diagram to look at our current situations versus our ideal dreams. Our goal is to dream big first.
We looked at the data to tell us where to go. We identified our current themes, which included infrastructure issues, behavior and climate, scheduling stress, and a lack of communication.
Our ideal is agency. That means having the choice to connect our schoolwork with our real passions and interests through engaging hands-on learning. Also, social culture, where we celebrate our strengths, interests, and passions as a community. We pride ourselves on a clean and healthy environment. We look at what we feel most strongly about, see what the barriers are, and then see what will drive us toward the ideal.
We had to sort our barriers into 3 categories: what we control, what we influence, and what is outside of our power.
Things like the STAR test, material limits, and resources are outside our control. Personnel and the mindsets of others are things that we can influence, but we don't control them.
We realize that the only thing we truly control is our own mindset and our own thinking. So, to move from our current to our ideal, we have to focus on the things we can actually change.
We noticed that mindset is a huge area that we can control and influence in our school. We are now sorting our barriers and picking the drivers that will help us overcome what we can and change what is possible.
Our next step is to dig and find the key characteristics in our vision and mission that relate to mindset, and then ask our peers for feedback related to those characteristics to help us determine the next step in our journey.
We are student ambassadors, changing the world one post-it at a time. We can change our school by changing our own mindset and influencing others' mindset, showing the way for all and becoming our ideal school.
Thank you for allowing us to share our story and journey to making CC Mason the best place to learn and grow.
Thank you so much, Mustangs, for being here tonight. All right, we still got one more. Okay, making sure.
Yes. Madam President, members of the Leander ISD Board, LISD leaders, and Leander ISD community, I hope you can see why I am so incredibly proud of these student ambassadors. I want to extend an extra special thanks to Ms. Schlung, our assistant principal, Ms. Rosen, our instructional coach, of course, our student ambassadors, and those viewing at home, but also all the families right behind us for supporting our student ambassadors. Your enthusiasm and support in doing this work is received with immense appreciation. What you've seen tonight isn't just a project, it is a shift in culture. At CC Mason, we are moving away from the idea that school is something that happens to students and toward the reality that school is something students help create. By using these continuous improvement tools, the 5 whys, bone diagrams, and control influence charts, our students are developing the real-world competencies we strive for in Leander ISD. They aren't just identifying problems, they are analyzing data, navigating compromises, and focusing their energy on what they can make the most impact, their mindset and their agency. As their principal, AKA poster holder, my commitment is to keep listening. When our students dream big, it is our job as leaders to help them clear the barriers and provide the resources to make those dreams a reality. We are committed to this journey of becoming our ideal school, and we will continue to use student voices as our primary compass. Our student ambassadors will continue this good work, diving deeper into the concept of mindset as it relates to our vision and mission. These next steps will involve students collecting and analyzing data, and then utilizing additional tools to help the data tell the next chapter in our hashtag story of Mason. Thank you for your time, your support of Mason Elementary, and for believing in the power of student-led change.
Thank you so much, Mustang. So just so y'all know, tonight, the board has a really big agenda topic tonight on board priorities, and it's a lot of the same work that y'all did right here in front of us. So thank y'all for one, giving us a great example and reminding us our why. So thank you. And board members, it's our favorite time. Let's go get our picture. So parents, if you'd like, you can come up here. See Daniel right here. Y'all can come up here and get a picture. So you have a nice front row picture. Thank you so much, Mason Mustangs. We really appreciated the spotlight on learning and all that y'all do for your community. Next is the citizen comments portion of our agenda, and before I invite the first speaker to the microphone, we'll watch a short introductory video.
Hello, my name is Rocco Robledo. I'm an 8th grader at Cedar Park Middle School. The district and the Board of Trustees are the local government body responsible for serving the educational needs of all school children, like me and my friends here in Leander Independent School District. Their mission is to cultivate each individual student while creating a safe and supportive environment. The board is taking up the citizen comment agenda item. This is dedicated time during this meeting to hear from the whole community, and the entire LISD family is listening. The district believes the Leander family thrives when we ensure a welcoming, safe, and caring environment. To our speakers, before you speak, we hope you've read guidelines specified in board operating procedures and BED local. The board wants to hear from everyone. Please be mindful of your conduct and the example you are choosing to set when presenting complex information. Remember that school children of all ages may participate in board meetings either by watching them online or you might even see some of us in the audience. Still remember that there are other ways you can communicate with the board. You can send them an email or just tell them that you would like to chat sometime. When the board president calls your number, remember, watch the timer and focus your remarks to the time allotted. We know it can be hard, but please conclude your comments when you hear the chime.
Speakers 1 through 5, if y'all can please form a line so that you're ready to speak when your number is called. Speaker number 1, whenever you're ready, you may begin.
Hola, mi nombre es Charlotte. El programa de lenguaje dual me ha ayudado a aprender muchísimo. Ofrece a los estudiantes desafíos y les ayuda a crecer. Si lo paran después de quinto grado serán años de aprendizaje perdido. El perfil de egresado dice que debemos ser comunicadores y colaboradores hábiles. Nos permite hablar y colaborar con personas de todo el mundo. Mi voz tiene poder y la estoy usando para cambiar el futuro. Tu voz también tiene poder y espero que la uses para apoyarnos, si se puede. Hi, my name is Charlotte. The dual language program has helped me learn so much. It gives students challenges and helps them grow. If you stop it after 5th grade, that would be years of learning lost. The graduate profile says we should be skilled communicators and collaborators. DL allows us to communicate and collaborate with people around the world. My voice has power, and I'm using it to change the future. Your voice has power too. I hope you will use it to stand with me. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, speaker number 1. Speaker number 2. Whenever you're ready, speaker number 2, you may begin.
Wait, I turned it off. I'm here to speak on why dual language shouldn't be removed from the Leander ISD. Dual language has really made an impact on my life. It has helped me communicate to my non-English speaking family and has helped me make a lot of friends. And I've known a lot of my friends since pre-K to 5th grade, including my best friend, Sophia. That is also in the program. My little brother was isolated from speaking Spanish in my household for 5 years, so dual language has really helped him speak to my other family members, and taking this program away could really affect my family and other kids' family. Yeah, that's all. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, speaker number 2. Speaker number 3.
So first of all, I'd like to start with the teachers that I've met in this program ever since kindergarten have helped me through everything in my life, struggles, and even they would help me. I would go after school and get help from them, go during Saturday school and stuff like that to learn Spanish. And it kind of it really made a difference for me because the people that I've met in this program and the things that I've done have boosted my confidence and learning new languages and meeting new people. Actually, the connections that I have with these people that I have met, my friends, I don't have them with anyone else. They're like brothers to me, sisters to me. And I think it's a really important thing to learn a new language as well because it can help you in the future with new job opportunities and, again, meeting new people and being able to travel places and being able to communicate. That's why I think that it's a good thing to have Spanish in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, speaker number 3. Speaker number 4.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I recognize the very real budget constraints facing Leander ISD and the weight of the decisions before you. Every dollar matters, and every program competes for limited resources. But two-way dual language is not just another program. It is a long-term investment with proven returns. Research shows that when dual language is implemented well, students achieve strong academic outcomes in both languages. By middle school, they are no longer simply learning to speak in two languages. They are using two languages to analyze, problem solve, debate, and create. Ending the program in 5th grade cuts off that momentum just as rigor increases and the true academic payoff begins. The benefits are cognitive, academic, and lifelong. Bilingual students develop stronger executive functioning and deeper abstract reasoning during a critical developmental window. They gain collaboration skills, cultural competence, and by literacy that make them competitive in college, public service, healthcare, business, and a global economy. The question is not only what the program costs today, but what it yields tomorrow. If we believe in long-term outcomes, if we believe in equity of opportunity and preparing students for the future, then sustaining dual language through 8th grade is not optional, it is essential. I urge you to see this not as an expense, but as an investment in our students and in the future of Leander ISD. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you, speaker number 4. Speaker number 5, and before you begin, speaker number 5, can I go ahead and get speakers number 6, 8, and 9? Speaker number 7 is not signed in, that's why I skipped it. All right, speaker number 5, you may begin.
Cutting IB from Vandegrift was an irresponsible decision that was not based on actual facts, real numbers, or transparent research. For over a year, we have been asking for clarity, and we have received no real explanation from the district. The official reasoning for cutting the program at VHS says low enrollment and long-term sustainability. So where is this extensive research and the real numbers behind the decision? Because I have the numbers and they tell a different story. Enrollment at VHS and LHS is comparable. The only meaningful difference is the time. LHS has been developing the program since 1999, while VHS started in 1918, and soon after the pandemic hit, with our first very graduating cohort. How fair it is to cut a program that was never given a true opportunity to reach its full potential. Yes, the pandemic affected IB enrollment, but we recovered. We had 69 IB students in 2021, 56 in 2022, our lowest year, and those were our COVID freshmen. And then 59 in 2023, 67 in 2024, 90 in 2025. How is this a downward trend? We, the parents of 4 points, want and deserve clarity, answer, and open two-way communication, please. Thank you.
Thank you, speaker number 5. Speaker number 6.
Good evening. My name is Allison Ponce, and I'm here as a proud mother of a 4th grader. I am advocating for the continuation of the dual language middle school program by sharing my son's story. Eli is a 4th grader in the dual language program at Reed Elementary and has participated in the program with great success in kinder. Dual language gives Eli the opportunity to learn academics alongside children from different linguistic and cultural backgrounds. He is one of the most empathetic people I know, thanks to the design of the program with bilingual learning partners. Eli has succeeded tremendously in his academics thanks to his amazing teachers. We just received his math map report, and he is so proud of his 93% achievement and 96% growth, among other academic celebrations over his school career. If Eli's name sounds familiar, it's because his story has been used by LISD to demonstrate the district's goals in preparing students for the future. Eli was featured in kinder, 1st, and 2nd grades as an example of how the graduate profile comes alive, and now you are cutting his journey short with dual language middle school. I would like to share quotes from 2 other dual language moms who couldn't be here tonight. Made, a mother of a 4th and a 9th grader, says, "La educación debe preparar a nuestros hijos para el mundo real, y el mundo real es bilingüe, diverso y global. Education should prepare our children for the real world, and the real world is bilingual, diverse, and global." Daniela, mother of a 4th grader, says, "This program doesn't just teach languages, it builds bridges across generations and opens doors for the future. I respectfully ask that the Board of Trustees consider the immeasurable value of dual language middle school." Thank you.
Thank you, speaker. Speaker number 7 did not, speaker number 7 is not here, so we're going to go with speaker number 8, sorry.
I'm a parent of a 2nd grader at Baghdad, and I wanted to speak regarding the budget and the cuts of the dual language program at middle school. I realize managing the deficit is crazy difficult. I can't imagine that, but I feel like this change is short-sighted and detrimental not only to the families participating, but to the district as a whole. I fear stopping it is going to impact the ability of the students to maintain all the skills and knowledge they worked so hard for over the years, and also impact their ability to grow in the future. I consider this school to be one of the best in Texas that I know of, this district, and I was proud to continue to live here because of this program, and I know other families who have moved here for this program. It's been amazing for my daughter. She's in 2nd grade, but she's reading it like a 6th grade level, which is crazy. And behaviorally, it's really impacted her, socially, communicating with all her peers. But most importantly, it's really, she used to give up so easily at things, and it's challenged her, and she realizes she can do hard things, and she has that confidence now. So I just wanted to speak on the value, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Speaker 8. Speaker number 9.
Good evening. Happy African American History Month. Wishing everyone a generous and blessed Ramadan. And also, for me, one of the most important things, if you're a gay, queer, trans student or family out there in Leander or anywhere in Texas, we realize that these are challenging times. Better days are ahead. Stay in school, keep working at it, make friends, check around, because Central Texas has got all kinds of pride activities going on these days. So network and stay involved. I want to agree with many of our folks talking about the budget situations that we're in. Unfortunately, and I applaud you all, you do the hard work and put in the long hours that the rest of us don't. But I worry that we have not done enough as far as underutilized facilities are concerned. And I worry that that's putting a budget strain on our schools that is leading to cuts in programs and cuts in not being able to pay our teachers. Our teachers and staff people are our most important resource, and we need to pay them to keep them. So I know it's difficult. I know you don't want to close anything, but thank you again for your service and leadership.
Thank you, Speaker number 9. We have now concluded our citizen comments portion of our agenda tonight. Board members, since we have guest presenters with us tonight, we're making some changes to the agenda order, and we'll start with 7A1, discussion of the School Health Advisory Council's recommendation of healthy relationships and sex education curriculum for 18+ students. That was a lot. And whenever y'all are ready, you may take it away.
Good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Clark. I want to, before we get started, introduce this lovely panel that we have up here tonight for this SHAC presentation.
Hello, I'm Denise Geiger, and I serve as a Senior Transition Coordinator for Special Education in Leander ISD, and very proudly.
My name is Cody Velkovich. I am a parent of 2 elementary age students at Pleasant Hill Elementary and a 15-year resident here in Leander.
And I also have to give a shout out to Paige Collier. She has also been instrumental in this work, our Assistant Superintendent of Special Programs. So the purpose of our presentation this evening is to share with the Board of Trustees the SHAC's recommendation regarding the healthy relationships and sex education curriculum for students served in 18+ transition services. So just as a high-level reminder, typically we would bring the report and the SHAC recommendations from the committee in May. However, the committee for the 18+ sex education curriculum has been working hard and has their final recommendation. And they did not want to wait until May to present that recommendation to you in hopes, after your approval, to be able to implement this curriculum and resource with our students, our adult students, this school year. And so, just as a reminder, SHAC serves as an advisory committee. It does not make policy. We provide recommendations to you regarding coordinated school health programming and its impact on student health and learning. You know that we have to report to you monthly and bring great recommendations from our parent-led committee. And we do have several board policy recommendations and requirements that we follow in this committee regarding membership, the number of meetings, the committees that we have, and posting the minutes and the recording. So anybody who isn't able to participate in the conversations on the committee is able to stay involved with the work of the SHAC committee.
Now, our committee goal and objectives are to basically review the accessible healthy relationship material and sex education curriculum for adults with disabilities. This includes age ranges of 18 to 22. Now, adults with disabilities are victims of nearly 1 million non-fatal violent crimes annually, including rape, sexual assault, and aggravated assault. Of those nearly 1 million people, 70% of people with disabilities experience some form of abuse in their lifetime. Of that 70%, 1 in 3 adults, 32.9%, that have intellectual disabilities suffer sexual abuse in adulthood, 1 in 3. So our hope is that the materials that we have are accessible, including simplified language, visual support, and concrete examples, and that our instruction maintains a clear focus on healthy relationships for adult students. All curriculum resources are provided at no cost to the district, and any recommendation that we make must comply with board policy and align with the core values of Leander ISD.
According to Stop Abuse for Everyone, or SAFE Alliance, a large-scale national study of individuals with disabilities found just what Cody told you. More than 70% reported experiencing abuse. Many victims experienced abuse repeatedly, with most reporting 20 or more incidents. Approximately half of abuse incidents were reported to authorities, only half. Only about 10% of alleged perpetrators were arrested. Violence is most often perpetrated by someone the individual knows and trusts. 97 to 99% of victims with intellectual disabilities knew and trusted their abuser. 44% reported that the relationship existed specifically due to the individual's disability.
And through our committee process, there were 3 main resources that were reviewed: Lifeguard, Elevate Us, and My Rights to Life. My Rights to Life is in collaboration with the SAFE Alliance. The feedback was solicited and collected in 2 public meetings per board policy, once on December 8th, 2025, and then again on February 9th of this year. Now, the My Rights, My Life curriculum for healthy relationships is an inclusive and accessible curriculum to portray healthy relationships and sex education curriculum for young adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities. Over 2 times the number of adults with disabilities report that they never get the emotional or social support that they need, 2 times that of adults without disabilities. And 1 in 5, less than 1 in 5 sexual assaults against persons with disabilities are actually reported to police. Now, I wanted to give the board a personal anecdote. When I signed up, put in my application to be part of this council, I started a relationship with my partner, Sam, and Sam has a daughter named Alice. Alice will be 13 next month. She has Williams syndrome, which is a genetic deletion of her 7th chromosome. And Sam and I met in Klein ISD over 20 years ago, the same Klein ISD that Dr. Brett Champion went on to head 10 years ago. And through this process, I've come to find a personal connection to this. When I walked into my first SHAC meeting back last year, we were given 3 options to choose from. One that was health and wellness, one that was more physical activity, and then the third was healthy relationships for 18 plus. I selected that group specifically because there were fewer people at that table than any other one. Through this process, I have found this personal connection to this curriculum, because as of this summer, Sam and Alice and her sisters will be moving from College Station ISD to Leander ISD. So we were specifically discussing curriculum that could have a personal impact in my own personal life in the next 5 years, and I just think that that was important to mention to the council.
I wanted to note that this was developed by the SAFE Alliance through a grant through the Texas Council on Developmental Disabilities. All right, so this particular curriculum that we've selected has 4 units, and then it had a total of 32 lessons, We are proposing 27 of those lessons. We, as a SHAC committee, actually the whole SHAC group, made comment, and we had taken out some, and they wanted to add some back. The first one is Introduction to Healthy Relationships, focusing on self-advocacy, safety within non-dating relationships, and cyber safety. Also, it's about the topic of consent and just learning what that means. And that can be as simple as don't take my French fries off my tray. Getting to know someone and dating is the second unit, focusing on the mechanics of healthier dating relationships. The third unit is Safer Sexuality, focusing on boundaries and consent. And the fourth unit is Leadership for Healthy Relationships, so that they themselves, as they learn, might go out and infect their own community and other friends for healthier relationships. And it gives them that ability to learn to advocate and to just recognize this is important to my life. In the overview of My Rights, My Life curriculum, it's a web-based curriculum designed for students 18 to 22 years old, as well as into adulthood. ACC currently, for ACC STEPS, which is an inclusive post-secondary education program, has 2 semesters of it for credit. Edits were made to align this resource to Leander to our core values and board policy. Some lessons were definitely eliminated. All curriculum materials and facilitator resources are provided at no cost. Each teacher and family will have an individual login credentials to access the curriculum. The district would implement the curriculum for 1 year, and then we would evaluate the effectiveness. Safe Alliance would provide staff training during a scheduled professional learning in August of 2026. I would also be in there as a support person for this curriculum. Healthy relationships and sex ed lessons will be opt-in. Some of the questions that were asked of our group is, how will parents be involved or included in what is being taught? The current plan is for the course to be this opt-in elective. We're looking at having elective Fridays and possibly having 3 choices on a Friday, and this be included every 9 weeks as an opt-in. And then it will be explained thoroughly, each of the electives, whether it's you want to get better at cooking and baking, and that could be a 9-week elective Friday, or that you might want to learn a variety of hobbies. So this would just be one of the included electives. The students would receive information about each elective option every 9 weeks, and they would be encouraged to take this information home to review with their families or their supported decision makers. While the course is opt-in by the adult students, so most of our students are their own guardians, and this is an age of majority state. We want to intentionally build in communication structures that support family awareness and engagement. If approved, I have enthusiastically one teacher who's wanting to do it, and a second teacher who also wants to teach it. Cassie Gassaway is our team lead for 18+, as well as Kelly McCollum, who served on this small committee that I started 2 summers ago. We recognize this is a very interesting topic to bring forward, but we've done our homework. We've really looked into it. We've had SAFE come and talk to our committee, and then, of course, SAFE has actually come to the SHAC meetings. And basically, we will provide this instruction thoughtfully and responsibly, because Cassie always does that, or even Kelly, and they'll make sure that as they're delivering this, that there are assurances for consistency and conscientiousness as we deliver the curriculum. How is opting out handled for adult students if the parent does not have legal guardianship or decision-making authority? Back to that we're an age of majority state. Most of our students really are thoughtful in trying to make decisions on their own, and we want to encourage that. As an 18 to 22-year-old, I made a few mistakes, possibly, and may have kept a few of them from my parents. However, it was also my right to make that decision, right? So I've really remembered that through this process. We want them to be informed, have good choice as they move forward in their adult lives. Because the course would be structured in an opt-in elective, rather than a required course, students would actively select it as part of the elective process. And then because it's an elective system, we would provide clear information about these courses. And we will continue to refine the logistics of this process as we finalize the elective Fridays structure to ensure clarity, transparency, and alignment with legal requirements. I did want to touch on teacher feedback. It was super enthusiastic. I have been an educator, this is my 39th year. And the 12 years that I started my educational journey was in deaf education. I learned very quickly that this is a topic that I didn't understand would be such a passion for me, but I want to say I've had too many experiences over these years with actual real examples that have broken my heart. So the other teachers, without me even telling them how passionate I am, they said the curriculum's engaging and accessible for students with varying ability levels. Students have demonstrated strong interest in discussing these topics and applying them to learn in real life situations. Instructional design promotes active student participation, allowing staff to assess understanding and provided targeted support. Currently, there is no curriculum. We've never had any curriculum. We've never talked about it. Some of our teachers do work on the consent, the boundaries. So that would be a wonderful thing to have. Students require age-appropriate, repetitive instruction tailored to diverse learning profiles. And the curriculum emphasizes self-determination and self-advocacy as foundational skills, supporting safety, independence, and informed decision-making. One more question that was asked is how will we measure the effectiveness of this resource and its use? We are looking to having a pre and post knowledge survey. And then we know that My Rights, My Life has in their conclusion lessons some things that we could use, and we're going to look to those to assess within 6 months of them taking this course and see what they know. And then we're going to see if available we can incorporate this tool into our evaluation plan.
And so I did want to make sure that we communicated that while we are not all the way through the year for the SHAC committee, as Denise mentioned, this has been a conversation over the last 2 years. Denise has spearheaded these conversations, and this has been something that has been a need in our 18+ services, and it is finally coming to fruition after getting feedback through the SHAC committee. And so this has been a long time coming and a recommendation that has been in the works for quite some time. So our next steps from here is that we will review any recommendations from the board and take action as necessary after today's conversation. We have also been collecting feedback ongoing in person through SHAC. This board presentation is also posted. We have a email here that if anybody reviews this, anybody has access, they can take a look, they can submit feedback straight to Denise Geiger, and we will make any recommendations and any adjustments based on those recommendations and take that back to the committee. We will report back to the Board of Trustees at the next meeting to seek approval for adoption of My Rights, My Life for the 18+ program. And then we will follow up with any SHAC recommendations to the board. And again, the rest of the recommendations from all of the other committees will be brought forward in the report and a board presentation in May. So at this time, Madam President, we'll hand it back to you.
Board members, this is up for discussion, so any questions you have right now would be the time to do it.
I just have one question. The other small stuff, I'll just reach out. Just for the purpose of like really what helps project the board, stay in our governance lane. I've been thinking about that. And I'm curious, when I think about instructional materials, we usually have a process in the way we send that out, we'll get feedback. This seems to be set differently. So help me understand how we signify that, just so we know for future reference.
Yeah, it's very similar, but it is different because of the content. The human sexuality content runs through the SHAC. That's in Texas Education Code, if I remember correctly. So the process is very similar in that we seek parent feedback, and there's a a committee that guides. This is a committee as part of SHAC, as opposed to we run these separate committees for like math curriculum adoptions. Those would be part of CAC or various other groups that we involve. Because the nature of the content, there is a requirement for those 2 meetings at SHAC that are public, where people have the opportunity to go and view. That's a little bit different, but we still do that with the instructional materials. So I think, to kind of summarize all those words I just said, it's basically like the same process through the SHAC committee because of the nature of the content.
Yeah, I'm just thinking like last time we did the sex ed for our high school students. It looked more to me like the instructional material, but it also came through SHAC. So I'm still trying, this still looks different to me. So again, this is the first time we've done it, so it makes sense that it might.
I think also just remember this, when we were doing that, that's K through 12. This is 18 to 22. It's a complete different curriculum, different, set of young adults that we are, trying to help educate on this matter. So I think, I understand what you're saying, but I do think we have to remember that like K through 12 has certain guidelines that the state has put. We're talking about 18 to 22-year-old young adults.
So we don't think that's going to then fall under our TEC code on how we approve instructional materials. We think there's, okay.
I think we're meeting the criteria. A big difference is I'm not sure if I know the answer to this. Are there TEKs associated with this content? I don't think there are. So a big difference, yeah. The K through 12, like development stuff in the elementary grades, and then this, human sexuality, the health stuff, there are actual TEKs. We are required to teach those TEKs if we offer health or require health as a course. We do not require health as a course, but part of this, the community desires in Leander ISD is that we still offer the human sexuality learning, so we use those TEKs, and that drives that process a little differently, I think, as well. I don't know that there are TEKs associated with this content, so there's, yeah, it's different.
I just wanted to thank y'all because this really is such an important opportunity for students, and that I can tell the passion and the dedication and the thoughtfulness that you all put into selecting this and thinking about the process, and thinking about the opportunity to opt in and what it means that they're self-selecting in and how that is different than our younger students. So I love that it includes cyber safety. Such a huge, important topic, and opportunities for them to involve their families if that's something that they choose to do. So I just wanted to thank you all for the work you put in.
Sorry if I missed this part, but were the students also involved, were any students involved in this as well?
That is a really good question. We thoughtfully thought about that, and we included one of the parents in the initial steering committee, is what I called it, and the parent of the student continues in 18 plus right now, and she works in Leander ISD, and she was very enthusiastic, but she decided, we asked her if we should involve a student, and it was a real hard thing because it's a very interesting topic to have to weigh a lot of heavy information, so we did not.
Go ahead, Kimberly. Go ahead.
We do have students that serve on SHAC, and none of them chose to serve on this committee, but they are on the other 2 committees.
All right, board members, I just want to say thank y'all. I started doing some research, and I reached out to other school districts, and I was like, have y'all approved this? And they were like, what are you talking about? So we're actually leading the way on this. So thank you so much for being the leader in this and finding a need in our community for our young adults. Y'all know I have a child with disability. This is something that is a major topic, and the fact that you're addressing it and doing it in a way that's educating our students in the best way, my heart's so happy. And also, I love that you're partnering with Safe Alliance. This is like one of my favorite organizations, and this is something what Trustee Marcus talks about a lot, is partnering with our local nonprofits and really trying to figure out and find those services in the community, and you did a great example here. So thank you all so much. Board members, this will be up for approval at the next board meeting, so any questions, you know who to get with. Thank you all so much. All right, board members, we're doing another skipping around. We're going to go to 7C1, District Facilities Modernization Overview and Leander High School Phase 2 Master Plan Design Update. Mr. Jeremy. Oh, and let's see, who do we got? Y'all do have a team today. Oh, look. Hold on, I told him I'd bring this. Glenn shirt. I told him, you want to put it on? It's Leander. Whenever y'all are ready, take it away.
Okay, good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Clark. I'm privileged to be joined by several team members tonight for this conversation and this presentation. So I have Principal Chris Simpson, Principal of Leander High School. Lori Black to my right is District Construction Project Manager. I have Tavo Reyes with Fluger Architects and Jeremy Barragan with Fluger Architects as well. So right here in the middle, get two Jeremys for this presentation. This is very rare. But what we want to do is set the stage for things that are upcoming and consideration as we kick off Citizens Facility Advisory Committee across two different subjects. One just pertaining to facility modernization as some of our facilities age, but also looking back at the flagship high school where Leander ISD started, Leander High School. But what this presentation is about, it's just for information. There is no action tonight around any of the subjects that we're going to present, but it really does matter because our facilities, they do age just like us. And so there's things that need to be addressed along the way throughout the years. And some of our campuses, Leander High School, for example, cannot necessarily be fixed by just a standard modernization. And we're going to explain some of the whys behind that and what could be in store for that high school. Just know that when we do modernizations, when we look at structural reorganization of a high school, there are certain things that we can tie to the students that navigate those hallways each and every day, especially when you're looking at a high school like Leander and how fragmented that campus has become over the years. There is an impact to our students and the student experience, even the staff that navigate that building. And I hope that you'll see some of that come out in tonight's presentation. I want to start, before we get into the Leander High School conversation, I want to focus on just facility modernization and some of the context around that in and of itself. Modernization, if you're new to that term, that's part of the renovations that started in the 2023 bond. And the modernizations that were included in 23 bond are Cedar Park High School, Vista Ridge High School, Running Brushy Middle School, and then Baghdad Elementary. Those received modernizations, and what those are focused on, a lot of systems and components that reach the end of their useful life, and they need to be replaced and improved in order to maintain our facilities to a certain standard. But there's also just the lighting and the painting and the flooring, so many other things, and we've learned a lot through this first run at just the broader modernization topic, and we'll plan for future modernizations in potential upcoming bonds. That's what a modernization is. If I had to tell you what our target was for when we should try to reach those modernizations, it'd be 20 years. 20 years is because a lot of the equipment has a useful life of 20 years, and so that is the bulk of those types of projects. But right now, given circumstances, it's about 25 years. That's where we're really hitting the mark given all of our facilities. So with that context, I'm going to take us 25 years ago, right? So if we're looking at right now, what buildings are 25 years ago? Well, those would have been built in 2000, 2001. A lot of things were different. And Titanic was a really good movie back in 2000, and gas cost $1.51 a gallon. But in Leander ISD specifically, we had just under 14,500 students in 13 campuses. So it looked very different then. But it was the beginning and the catalyst to an exponential growth pattern in Leander ISD. And leading to that, 10 facilities were opened between 2000 and 2005. I'll tell you the next 5-year period after that, another 9 were constructed and opened. So these facilities were open to address the exponential growth. We built buildings when and where we needed them, but 25 years later, all of these facilities are entering that modernization window simultaneously. So we have a bubble working through our system, and eventually it could burst if we do not address some of these needs. I want to set this context because I think it's important as we enter the CFAC potential bond conversations, because this is just something that now we're having to deal with because of that exponential growth 25 years ago. And so the more we defer these, the more potential conflicts that we may have within our facilities. But Leander High School is different. It's not, again, like I said before, we can't just fix that with the standard modernization. With Leander High School opening in the early 80s, in 1984, and expanded over the decades, it's basically a conglomeration of different renovations and additions that have happened over that time period. And so, phase 2 of the master plan actually looks at reorganizing that campus in order to serve the students and the staff more appropriately given today's standards. So with that, I am going to turn it over to Principal Chris Simpson, a fellow former Leander Lion and principal of Leander High School. Let him share his perspective, not only on this master planning process, but also the hope of a different future for Leander High School. And I appreciate him being here with us tonight. So take it away, Chris.
Thank you, Jeremy. Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Clark. I'm thankful not to be talking about walkouts tonight. So, we're not ready for that joke yet? Okay, cool. All right, so moving on to the master plan. So, no, I'm sorry, Miss Bodie. I couldn't help it. But that being said, so I'm on. Am I not on? All right, I'm good. Thank you. All right.
Put the timer up, Daniel. Put the timer up.
You're going to need to. I got jokes all night, Dr. Clark. All right, so here we go. So the master plan actually started prior to, as most of y'all know, I believe most of y'all were on the board at the time. It started, I believe it was the last CFAC process. I had the opportunity to walk the CFAC members around LHS. We made it a point to point out like some of the older spaces, really kind of honed in on what some of our student outcomes were. In particular, we looked at our ICAP classrooms. We looked specifically at our, I believe Mr. Nelson at the time, was a parent. Actually, we went through this. And we also looked at some of the areas that had been outdated. Back when Jeremy and I were in school there, we had what was affectionately called the rubber gym that hasn't changed much. That's where our cheerleaders actually ended up. Bluebell's had a nice studio, and so there's just a lot of things that have happened. As Jeremy said, I think we're very blessed to have a campus like ours. Part of this process, we've talked a lot about the history of LHS. You think about the names who've gone through there, from the Charlie Rouses to the Tom Glenns, all the leadership that has kind of gone through there. So there's a lot of history there. And so at the beginning of this process, as we kind of talked about, okay, and me, I guess. What I would say about that is there's a lot of special parts of Leander High School, and I will tell you that being principal there now for almost working on a decade now, it's pretty incredible to walk through the hallways and remember those stories there. And so part of this process has been, how do we maintain what that is in Leander High School while making this an attractive option to our community as well as to our students. I think for those who have actually been to Leander High School and understanding, we have our challenges, and I would say that a lot of our campuses have very similar challenges. I know I speak to Mr. Trimble quite often about what some of those challenges are, as he just kind of nods and laughs because, yeah. Thank you, JT. I appreciate that, buddy. Anyway, so, but, with that, I would say that when you're talking about the student experience part, and you look at some of the specific programs, such as robotics, as he said, and I described it this way, I think a few years ago, it's a conglomerate. The way it hasn't actually ever been master planned. We've added a wing here. In 1993, when I graduated, the following year, I believe it was 1996, they added what we call the 1100s and the 2100s wing. And then sometime after that, we added the PAC, we redid the band halls, and then we added the competition gym. And then sometime after that, we closed that courtyard in and then added the science. Well, from an aerial view, that looks like that all makes sense. The reality of that is when you're actually in there, I'll tell a funny story about actually the previous two superintendents that have visited the campus, and they asked me, I know when Dr. Troxel was there, the very first day I was there, some kid asked me where the 5,000s were. I said, I don't have any idea, but I just made it up because I knew Dr. Troxel, I better know where the 5,000s were, and I just said, I think it's over there somewhere. And he looked at me, he goes, you have no idea. I'm like, you're right, I have no idea, because it didn't actually make any sense. And then when Dr. Gearing visited, he came to the classroom like 3 days like in a row, and like the fourth day I was like, hey dude, like you have to find your way out of here now. And he's like, I can't. And I'm like, well, good luck, right? So it kind of tells the story, because it does, when you're talking about that student experience part, it's hard for them to navigate and learn, and there's odd corners, odd places, and that's one of the big things that I'll talk about, I think, on this next slide. But then the other piece of that, it's all right, Jeremy, because I'm way off of where I need to be anyway. We're good. So I'm going to land the plane for Dr. Clark here in a minute anyway. So that's part of it, is you see this hallway maze, and as the architects kind of pointed out, those hallways are narrow. If you try to get into our a foreign language wing, good luck, because there's weird little ways of getting there and those types of things. More importantly, besides the maze, and I'll talk about these 4 points here, because these are the 4 big things that kind of came out, is the access and security. What I will say, and very thankful for the previous bond project, something that I had been vocal about, I'm sure Ms. Smith could tell you that, was the safety and security of the PAC, and having that now be a separate entity from LHS puts our mind at ease should we ever have an event that's very similar to the false alarm that we obviously had a couple weeks ago, but God forbid that's a real event, and that was a major safety concern of mine, was just getting that access. There's also, as we know from our door audits, there's 113 door audits. I'll point out that we've been perfect every time we've had a door audit, but it's still 113 exterior doors that create those safety and security things basically as well. So when we're talking about the access piece and security piece, that's first and foremost. The second thing is we talk about student outcomes and experience. I understand what we're in terms of the budget stuff now, and I understand the stuff that's happening in staffing. What I'm going to tell you now, my classrooms on the average, and Pfluger can tell me my numbers a little bit off, but we average about 70 square feet less per classroom than what the TEA recommended classroom size is. And so what does that do? When you're trying to put 35, 36, 37 kids in a classroom, that's not a complaint. That's the reality that we're in. And the teachers and staff at LHS and the students overcoming those things. That being said, it's not the same as when you walk into some of the other high schools. And so when you talk about the classroom size, it limits really what teachers can do in those classroom spaces. There's outdated cabinets that take a lot of, there's a lot of just square footage used in classroom spaces and hallways that isn't useful. It may have been useful in 1984, it's not useful now, if that makes sense. And so reclaiming what some of that square footage is, all the lockers, those types of things help to add to, we have a lot of square footage at LHS. It's not very efficient use of that square footage because of how it's been built and how it's been designed. And the last thing, if you've ever been to my cafeteria, we have 2 lunches at LHS, which means we have about 1,000 kids per lunch. The cafeteria is actually designed to hold, Jeremy, correct me if I'm wrong, it's about 350 kids. So where does everybody else go? They go to the hallways, they go outside in the courtyard. Kids love the courtyard, that's great, but when it's inclement weather, they're lined up and down the hallways, right? Because that's what works best for our kids and our staff, is to have 2 lunches. Adding a third creates a lot of problems, and I know a lot of the other high schools have done very similar. So you can back up now, and I'll finish like where I started. No, the other one. Where's the one that, I don't know. There you go, that one right there. So we started this master plan back prior to 23. The board included this in the bond package. So this is where the real fun actually started, was getting to meet with all of our different groups of students, with all of our different groups of teachers, to actually start looking at and designing what are the possibilities basically at Leander High School. And so out of this kind of this first phase of this was, looking at what were some of those inefficiencies at Leander High School, how do we overcome them, what can we do between the architects and construction that actually makes sense, and obviously on the cost side of this being fiscally responsible as well. Phase 1 is just about completed. If you haven't had a chance to come over and look, it's absolutely phenomenal. It's absolutely the athletic wing, even though we're not quite done yet, it's absolutely, the kids are proud of it, the coaches are proud of it. American has done a great job. Pfluger has worked with us a lot about just little things that we see. They've taken our feedback. It's really incredible to see what could become at Leander High School. So as we went through the master planning piece of this, again, community members, teachers, students, teachers from all departments. We had district involvement. Miss Everett, Jamie Everett was heavily involved in redesigning the CTE spaces. I know Pfluger will talk a lot about this. If you've been to LHS as well, you'll notice that our ROTC, our robotics lab is actually an old machine shop. And it's been converted to robotics. And so it's not real easy for kids to be able to do the things that some of the other programs do. That being said, it's a space, again, as I've said, my teachers and kids have risen to the occasion. We participate not in the same competition. I believe it's the best that we participate. Huh? Yeah. We participate not in the one that Vandegrift does. Yeah, not first, yes. So we do the other one, and the kids rise to that occasion, basically, if that makes sense. But all of our CTE, a bulk of our CTE is external. Our animal sciences lab was actually not originally an animal science lab. It was a hydroponics lab that was built in the late 90s. That's been converted into animal sciences. Our Cosmo is up near some of our ICAP rooms. The rest of our CTE is kind of scattered amongst the building. This project brings that into the building and makes it a part of LHS, which does help, again, going back to the security and access piece, is going to help basically with that part. So working with kids, working with teachers, working with district personnel, lots of input, lots of different iterations. We played lots of different little games. We were moving tiles around. That was not my favorite part of Mr. Barragon, but he knows that. He brought good cookies, too, to our meetings, so just so you know. We had, and so it's taken a long time. And I'm going to tell you, the excitement in the room from our students, from the teachers, of knowing what LHS could be. LHS is a very special place. It's a special place, obviously to me. Having graduated there, kind of understanding the history of LHS, but to see the kids, our kids do great. I mean, the LHS kids and the LHS staff, they're second to none. I've always said that. But to see they view what is possible at Leander High School has been really a really cool thing. And updating some of these spaces to give our kids the same types of opportunities for collaborative spaces and things, it's just such an exciting time, and it's even really exciting for me, and I know it is for Mr. Trimble, to be redesigning and possibly looking at getting to rebuild our own high school, that was the first high school in Leander ISD that was founded in 1899, that was been on Baghdad since 1984. And so as I mentioned, phase 1, we should be done. We should be getting some parts of it, possibly the dance room by the, hopefully sometime in May. Then we're going to shut our gyms back down. We're going to make a couple of course corrections there. And then hopefully, if all goes well, we'll be getting a phase 2 sometime in the spring of 2027. Anything else?
You did great. You did great, Mr. Simpson. Thank you. That testimony is very important when you go through processes like this that started years ago. And it takes time to work through these things if you're trying to change the layout of any campus at all. And so we're going to transition into allowing Jeremy and also Tavo to share some of the design. A lot of what you're going to see tonight is from what they coined the design brief. It's literally like a magazine that kind of goes through the entire process as images and everything else for context that we will provide to you. But I want to allow them. I don't know if are you starting, Jeremy? Are you going to kick us off, or Tavo? So I'm going to let our Pfluger team kick us off. We have several of other members from Pfluger in the audience. And I know I have Bobby Kincaid right behind me in the front row, who has worked on Leander ISD projects for a very long time. So I appreciate him being part of this process as well. Take it away, Tavo.
Okay. Thank you, Jeremy. Good evening, President Smith, Dr. Clark, trustees. Again, my name is Tavo Reyes of Pfluger Architects. Thank you so much for the time to speak to you guys and present to you where we are with the design. I'm going to kind of go through a little bit of a history and of how we got here initially. Some acknowledgments. It's been a long journey, as Jeremy and Chris have mentioned, but along that way we've had great partners. You, the board, executive members, leadership, campus leadership. We had parents, teachers, staff, and students along the way. So it's been great to collaborate with everybody and get everybody involved in this process. With our design started with the pre-design and what we called our phase, we called it a phase of ideation. That's where we listened to the stakeholders, work together, collaborate together to find effective solutions that would address some of the major challenges that Chris had mentioned earlier. You can go to the next one, Jeremy. Thank you. Yeah, and through that process, we ended up with some guiding principles. We wanted to make sure that the building was equitable to all students that were going to be in the environment. We wanted to make sure that the facility offered and fostered collaboration for all who was in the environment as well. We also wanted to make sure that the building also inspired the students to be their best. And also, we wanted the building to be cohesive. As Chris mentioned, it's a maze, right? And so we wanted to make sure that the building ran efficiently so that Chris can do his job properly. Once we got through that phase, we made some building tours with some of y'all, right? We went and visited a lot of the facilities that your neighbors were doing, just to see how they ran their facilities and lessons that they had they could share with us so that we can also better improve your design, right? Once we got all that information, we came up with this learning model. At the base of this learning model was the district's philosophy and beliefs, right? And in the middle, we looked at the campuses, districts, and processes, and also learning and the design. And at the core was just the focus on the student learning and student environment. We also did some visual listening. As Chris mentioned, we did some activities with the group, the stakeholders, to kind of get a better understanding and idea of what the building needed to do and be. Some images of some of those activities that we looked at. Okay, Chris, close your eyes.
Yeah, it's
yeah. So in that process, we did do a game with tiles, and although it might have been a silly game, but for us it was very instrumental in helping us to lay out the facility, see what worked, what adjacencies, what worked best for the overall design of the project and the facility. Okay. All right. Oh yeah, that's your.
That was my group.
Yeah, this is the best one, by the way.
The best one. That's
yeah,
that's when we landed on it.
Yep, that's right. Yep. Okay. All right.
All right.
So before I leave, I just want to mention one thing. Appreciate Chris's input and involvement in this process. You've driven by the high school. It's a daunting task that we're taking on right now, and Chris has been very instrumental and helpful to help us navigate through that. We understand that it's a big challenge for him, but again, really appreciate his patience and involvement in the process. And I say patience. Yeah. All right, I'll leave it.
Thank you. I
All right.
appreciate that.
Yeah, you're welcome. Sure.
All right, thank you, Tavo. My name is Jeremy Barragan. I'm the other Jeremy on this team. And I've been working on phase 1 for the past few years with Chris, and it's been a really great experience. I'll bring more cookies. All right, so I want to start off by just talking about the site. If we go to the next slide. So as Jeremy had mentioned, it was constructed in 1984. As we all know, year upon year, we had more and more additions. So now we have this larger campus that we can see on the right side. And so we performed a site analysis and we came up with a few site challenges. If you go to the next one. So the first one being the front entry visibility. We essentially don't really have anything. It's just a parking lot. And the same can be said about the rear entry visibility. And then we also have a beautiful courtyard that is not necessarily used to its maximum potential because there's not much shade and not many places for seating. And then we also have a lot of traffic congestion because we have buses and cars utilizing the same lanes. So a little bit about our building program. So we use Tom Glen as a baseline, but ultimately Leander High School is different. And so we ensured that we had enough classrooms for all the teachers. And we especially ensured that we had enough spaces for SPED for the classrooms as well. And CTE is a growing thing for the district. And so we also address that with our addition. And so the way that we organize these programs is through neighborhoods. So we basically have classrooms in the periphery, and then in the middle we have collaboration spaces or some low-intensity labs such as maker spaces. So this is areas that the classrooms can use and share within that neighborhood. And so the concept for the school is this idea of courtyards, and of course we were inspired by the existing courtyard. So what we did is we expanded that courtyard and then we added more courtyards throughout the building. And these internal courtyards are those centralized gathering spaces. I do want to point out that we actually went through 3 different concepts at the school. The first one being moments, this idea of smaller little collaborative spaces throughout the school. And then on the other hand, we have the Parisian concept, which is this idea of large avenues that we see in Paris. And so that really emphasized circulation. So courtyards was a nice in-between where we're able to bring in some of those moments of collaboration spaces while also emphasizing clear and direct circulation within the school. So our existing site plan, just to quickly go through it, we have Baghdad on our right side, our existing band pad, existing entrance. And then around the school, we can see some little white boxes. Those are those buildings that Chris had mentioned earlier. It's ROTC, robotics, wrestling, and then we have our sports complex towards the left. So then our new site plan, I'll start off again at Baghdad. We have our main entrance off of Baghdad. We actually recreated a bus loop at the front, so buses are no longer going to be by the baseball field. So we're going to ease a lot of the congestion in that area. And as we go further into the school, we have expanded our internal courtyard. It's now can be accessed from the outside. And we've also added a big CTE addition towards the upper middle of the page. And then the band pad that used to be on Baghdad, we have now moved it to be close to the practice field. And then throughout the entire campus, we've updated all the parking. And so this is our existing floor plan. We all know it's a maze and not really great circulation. So our new floor plan brings a lot of clarity to this design. So I'll start in the upper left corner. We have our CTE addition and all the classrooms associated with that. Towards the middle is the updated and renovated classroom buildings. So those actually used to be 3 different buildings that we're now combining into one building. So that opened up a lot of the corridors and created clear sight lines. And so each of these classrooms has its own neighborhood with its own shared spaces. And then as we go down, we have our student entrance at the far left with its own admin presence. We have a brand new library and a social stair. Towards the middle, we have updated all of our fine arts spaces. And then at the far right is our main addition, which has its own admin presence. It has a cafetorium, a kitchen, and a black box. The second floor plan, this is existing, and then this is our new floor plan, which is basically this very similar to our first floor, with the addition of we also have classrooms on the second level of CTE. So this shows how our programs sort of interlock per floor. and how we brought in our guiding principles into this design. So the first one is equitable. So we're creating quality facilities such as our sun-filled dining space. Collaboration, we design places for gathering such as this beautiful learning stair. And then inspiring, we got our existing courtyard and really turned it into quite a magical place. And then cohesive is how we're going to bring the new parts of the building with the existing. So this is a view, an aerial view of the old campus. And then this is the brand new design for Leander High School. So we can see that we have our bus loop up front, our brand new addition that's really close to Baghdad, so great street presence. We have our courtyard in the middle that we've expanded, and then our CT addition at the very back. So a really important piece of this design is what we call the Lions Hall. So it's the spine of the school, and it's what connects the front entrance with the student entrance and how it interacts with the courtyard. So this is the new design for the courtyard. So there's some elevation change, so we got to play around with these ideas of platforms. So the upper platform is for dining and hanging out. The lower platforms are a bit more intimate and have green spaces, so we can do yoga out there or spaces for reading. And we've also kept the existing trees in our courtyard as well. So this is another view of the seating and dining area. It's very polished, I would say, and nice. We, of course, included lots of shading because we're in Texas and the heat is quite intense, with some nice fans as well. And then this is the other side of the courtyard. So there actually used to be a building here. You'll see it later in a render that we're removing, and we're opening up this courtyard. And so above we have this floating bridge that actually has an exterior patio, and it has collaboration spaces in that bridge. So now that this is floating, students can flow freely from inside the courtyard to the outside. And we also have a series of gates to make sure that it's secured. So this is just a little bit more detail about the Lions Hall. So if we start at the far left, that's our main entrance. It has its own security vestibule. And then we move into this beautiful sun-filled dining area and cafetorium. We go down the hall, and we're met with the performing arts portal. And then we have some collaboration nooks. We're going to meet the library and the social stair. And then as we go further down is the counselor and APs. And then finally at the far side is our security vestibule for the students. And so the Lions Hall is this interesting connection in the school where on one end we're going towards the cafeteria, on the other towards the student entry, on the other side academics, and then on the other side is fine arts and athletics. So where they intersect is a very important space. So we have this beautiful learning stair that leads up to the floating bridge that has collaboration and patio, a beautiful new library, and then it also has connections to the courtyard. So this is a render of that social stair that I was talking about. So it's very open and welcoming. You can imagine kids are going to be sitting here eating their lunch, hanging out. And then this is our new rendering for our library. It's very modern and clean. Lots of ample spaces for students to eat and read. And of course, lots of stacks for books. And then this is our new lobby for the black box. And then our brand new cafeteria that has lots of light and is quite nice. So on the far right side is our platform or our stage. Towards the middle is our seating, and then on the far left side is going to be the admin area. And then this is our new CTE courtyard. So you can see in the upper left we have a black and white image. That's what it used to be. And now we're adding in the CTE building, which creates this really nice courtyard that's going to be secured. So students could possibly build a tiny house here or do experiments related to CTE. And then this is our main entrance. So we can see the before and after. It's quite different. We of course have our main entry into Leander High School, and then right next to it is our entry into the black box. And then to the far left is the entry into the Performing Arts Center. So they all sort of interact and create this beautiful new plaza. And then this is the rendering of the new student entrance in the back. So we can see that the existing, the student entrance is actually like these two small doors. So this is a lot more grand and more welcoming. So on the far right side, we have our new security vestibule for students. In the middle, that's where we have demolished that existing building to open up the courtyard. And then on the far left side is our renovated classrooms. And so this is an aerial view that shows some of the work we've done in phase 1, which is our athletics entrance and our performing arts entrance, and how it interacts with the new work that's going to be going on with phase 2. And together they create a really beautiful new face for Leander High School. And I think we'll...
So thank you, Jeremy. One thing to understand is similar to phase 1. If you look at phase 1 and the improvements that were made, a lot of what was done was within the shell that was already there in the structure. Didn't tear out a whole lot of concrete and redo all structure. Similar here, so we are working within the parameters that we kind of have, especially in the classroom areas that we have structure existing. So we're working around that, and why that courtyard concept worked best for that. So we have the current foundation, the roof structure, and the rest of those components and columns that we're working around. And so we're not just, this isn't a bulldoze and start over job. We're trying to be efficient and effective with what we have and build upon that. But the next important step is Lori's going to cover, this looks nice, but how could you accomplish this if a bond was to pass? And so Lori's going to kind of go through the phasing of such a project that will take a number of years.
As you can see from the previous slides, we have a lot of work to do. So we're going to the plan is to break this up into 2 phases. Phase 2A, which is the 2 additions to the building, the front entry, which includes the admin cafeteria, new kitchen, and black box, new theater art spaces, and in the back, the CTE addition. Phase 2B is basically the remodel of the inside. So on the right, you can see the phase 2A, which is the main entrance, the cafeteria and black box, CTE in the back. We also plan to move the band pad at one of the first, like spring of 27, we would move the band pad so that they would have it ready for summer and for fall of 27. After phase 2A is done, we'd start on 2B. So by that point in time, you're already looking at summer of 28. So a year and a half goes by, we start on phase 2B. We're talking about starting fine arts first so we can demo the cafeteria, move it to the front since they have their new space. Demo that area, work on the library, work on fine arts, work on band during the summer so they're not too disruptive during the school year. After that's done, I think a year of fine arts work, we'd move on into the classroom space. So in phase 2B, we basically have 5 phases within 2B to get us to where we'd finish in about summer of 31. So you bring in lots of portables, move kids out to portables, and finish up summer of 31.
So that sounds scary. It always sounds scary to look at this, but this it takes so much effort in this whole entire team looking at just this phasing, not simple, and trying to make sure that we don't over impact some of our student programs and groups. And so we have to be very cognizant of that, and we want to focus on it. But this is how it could be successful if it was included in the potential bond and the bond passed. It's all contingent upon that, but we have to look at how we would accomplish this, and it'd be a lot on a principle. Just these modernizations are a lot that we're going through right now that we've learned from a phasing standpoint. But if anyone could do it, I know that Chris Simpson could do this. And so we just wanted to be very transparent that this is not like 2 years and you're out of here. And so this is a long phased out project. It's necessary to do that and make sure that we do it in the most efficient way with the least amount of impact possible. Okay, so that kind of covers everything. Coming back to center, this is just information. Would love, some of your feedback. This is a very exciting project, not only for this team, but I think the district as well, to just explore some of these things for a campus that is in dire need of some improvements beyond just a modernization. So I'll open it up to discussion.
All right, board members, like Jeremy said, it's just for discussion. There's no final decisions tonight, no votes, but this is your time to give input, feedback. So now's your chance. Hit your mic.
It's this side of the room.
It was green. Okay. I was like, it was green. But I think this looks exciting. I think for all of us that have been to all of our high schools, a lot of our high schools already look like that and already have some of those pieces and some of those elements for collaboration. And when I look at the CTE programs and I think about the robotics facilities and just a lot of those different spaces, I think it's critical that we do this for Leander, for Leander High School. I think as we are looking at our growth in our district and how we're growing at one end and not growing at other ends, right? Making sure that we have a top-notch facility that can support the type of learning environment that we expect in Leander ISD. And not that you haven't been doing all of that, Chris. I think you've been, just even talking about lunch, and you made it work. You made it work, but I think we could just think about everything we could do. It could be better, right? So I think this is really exciting. Thank you for doing all of the work and all of the pieces to visually show us all of that. That's exciting.
Thank you.
So does any of this increase the capacity of the school?
So we would be running with the same capacity. It's just doing it in a more effective and efficient way. So very comparable square footages to, you look at like Glenn High School and things like that. If we were to build a new high school, it'd be very comparable.
And you mentioned the cafeteria right now only being built for like 300 students. What would the new one that you had shown, what would that look like in terms of the number of students?
Phone a friend. Tavo or Jeremy?
I think we have to do the numbers, but I think it's around 300 to 400. But the concept of the school is that we've now provided even more spaces for them to go eat. So we have a social stair that can easily seat 100. We have a library that must seat a minimum of 100. And then we have our courtyard as well that's now expanded, and it's very, very quite beautiful. So that's the concept, is that they can eat in many, many places.
So thank you. This was really helpful to see the process. I appreciate all the work that went into it. Thinking about the priorities that the board is talking about often, about academic growth and performance and educational performance. I remember hearing when this facility was built, there was discussion around kind of this whole new field around how facilities contribute to learning and how the importance of that. And I'm wondering, I'm putting you on the spot here, so I apologize. But I'm wondering if you could speak to any sort of like research or findings around the impact of facilities on academics, because I just think that for me, I'm thinking about like, how does this align with the things that we're really prioritizing as a board?
So as you can tell, a lot of the renderings, a lot of sunlight, right? And the cafeteria, even the library, although some librarians don't like a lot of sunlight just because of the books, but still very open. And one thing we didn't talk about too here as well is the stuff that's not very known, right? But along with the new additions and renovations, you're getting new mechanical systems as well too. So the air quality is going to be much better as well too. You're not going to have units that are breaking down all the time. Well, knock on wood, right? Or noisy, things of that sort, right? So doing those things, making those upgrades that you normally don't get to see, similar to the other modernizations we're working on as well too. Those have a great impact on the learner's experience, and also, just one thing they just don't have to worry about anymore, right?
Thank you. So I'm hearing, and I think, Chris, you spoke to classroom sizes, which to me is like thinking about 35 to 40 kids in a classroom that's smaller than what's recommended. So it sounds like I'm hearing the sunlight, I'm hearing quality of air condition, classroom sizes, that are some of the big things that you all anticipate will have a real impact on that academic success piece and social, it sounds like school climate too.
Yeah, also, so buildings don't teach students, but they directly impact the conditions in which teaching happens. And so just looking at from a neighborhood concept and the collaboration spaces, the more opportunities you provide students to do that collaboration and not in the middle of a hallway between lockers, I think accelerates and allows further exploration. So it's also unleashing that opportunity, because right now it's kind of a constraint, the given conditions that we have. And so I think indirectly it would positively just impact that student experience.
Yeah, and if I could add too, just the design of the re-layout of the entire building, right? As we saw, even walking through it now, it's so confusing. There's so many turns and nooks and crannies, and you get lost real easily. We were trying to go to a classroom, and we wandered around with someone with us, but just trying to find where this room was. But with the new layout, the wayfinding is just going to be a lot much easier and simpler, and hopefully more efficient for the students to get around the campus, and maybe shorten some travel times as well too.
We had a meeting today with the theater arts department to talk about the cafeteria, and something so minor as a cafeteria and a stage they are so excited about, because they don't have a performing space on campus other than the PAC, which they can't use all the time. They are just crazy excited about having a facility that they can use to perform. Theater arts and the new black box, they are just really excited, and it makes me happy to know that what we're doing is going to affect their learning environment.
And if I may add, Dr. Marquez, in terms of the collaborative spaces piece, right now at LHS, the biggest collaborative space is affectionately called the atrium. And it kind of sits in the middle of what I would call the old part of the building, right? And as Jeremy said, the rest of the collaborations, and one of the things in our graduate profile is developing skilled collaborators. There's not many times that people are being skilled collaborators on the floor, right? And so this provides some of those spaces that we currently don't have, using the current square footage that we've got. And the same within the classroom. And so, one of the things we talk about, I talk about in like instructional rounds, like when we're doing walkthroughs, even other campuses, and one of the things I look for is the room even set up to give you those opportunities? Well, unfortunately, again, it's not unfortunate. I understand the situation that we're in with the budget and staffing and things like that. Like, I get it, and we make it work. The unfortunate thing is sometimes trying to develop those collaborative spaces within a classroom using desks and chairs. It's not possible. So when you have an Algebra 2 class with 36, 37 kids in it, you don't have the space to be able to move in. I think I sent Paul Johnson and maybe even Rachel Mackey at one point a picture. I was doing a walkthrough, and I'm back against the wall, and the kids are in rows. I don't want kids necessarily in rows, but the teachers don't have that flexibility to develop any other type of structure within the classroom to give them that chance to do it. They find ways of doing it, but it's talking to our elbow partner. It's not truly developing what I would say we say in that from just a logistics side, giving them that collaborative space.
Thank y'all.
I would like to later see, not now, but I think that's a really good question, is how we directly tie this to student outcomes. I think there's so many important things that happen overall in student experience, and I love talking about student experience. I mean, I'm fighting for that word. But there is also this, at some point, the board has to go, okay, but where are we going to spend our time focusing on discussions? And it does have to be on student outcomes. And so it doesn't have to be a long list, but just kind of how that's impacted would be helpful. And my question is, when we did our last high school, there was some amazing design elements. And when we walked through it, they were telling us all the great things that we're going to do. I mean, you could combine the rooms, but here's this collaborative space. And And then legislation happened, and we couldn't use the building to the beautiful way it was designed. I mean, it's still getting utilized and it's well, but we didn't get to use it to its fullest extent. I'm curious as far as what type of flexibility are we building in to the building to make sure that, I don't know, as things change, we're still able to use the spaces that are being designed.
So that is one thing that I have talked about with the team at Fluker and with Jeremy and with Lori, is not just thinking about the right now, but what is this going to look like? Like I don't want to have this conversation 15 years basically from now, if that makes sense what I'm saying. And so, yes, when Glenn was built, we didn't have some of the TEA things that we've got now. As part of the process in designing this, and I can let Jeremy and Tavo speak more to that, like how that actually worked, but that has been something that has been talked about very often, and a lot of times it's my voice going, hey, remember, we have these TEA things. And the fact of the matter is we're going to put these collaborative spaces in. I also have to consider what happens in an emergency, how we're getting kids from point A to point B back in, and maybe some of the other high schools that was a challenge that nobody necessarily foresaw. Now that's a reality in our current state, and that has been a conversation that we have had. The safety and security piece, I mean, I agree with you. We talk a lot about that student experience part. That has been a huge part for us, even what we went through a few weeks ago. I didn't joke about that one, Dr. Clark. But even what we went through like a few weeks ago, like that presented itself some challenges just by nature of how our building is constructed. And when working even with the other agencies and clearing of the building and having them understand where the world languages were presented, not a challenge, but I mean, it was definitely something that's not as simple as walking down Rouse going, the math wing is straight down this hallway. Well, you go here and you take a right, you take a left, and you go upstairs and you go back down, you look over there, and that's where that is, right? So that has been a big part of the conversation. Really one of the four things that I know I have talked, and I know that everybody here has said, the safety and security is the top priority on that. And so I think it's been very intentionally designed around those things.
I'll expand on that because it's a great point, because it, just like Chris mentioned, it was a big conversation that we went on because of what kind of happened, with the Glenn layout, extraordinary, but then there's constraints with it. And so we didn't want to recreate that. And so how do we do things within the collaboration world, but still allow for security? And Bobby Kincaid in the first row, he worked on Glenn, and so he brought some of those conversations on how they got to where they were with Glenn, and then we folded in the here and the now and planning for the future, and then Fluger took that, and that's why I think this layout works well, even better than some of the other flows, and to address just that. So I think we found a bridge to try to bring those two things together.
Yeah, I'll just jump in, not to belabor but just to echo my fellow trustees. One, I think it will be helpful for us to put in context of, I think we know that facilities are really critical to the student experience. Tying that to generic kind of research, but also like how in the way in which we expect our learning to happen in our classrooms, how does it align to our Leander way and like facilitate the way that we believe learning should take place in the district? One, love the community input, and then Principal Simpson and kind of, your admin and team for leading that engagement. But I'm excited that there's kind of perspective from the student to the parent to members at large. Would love to hear, in our presentations on how, like the learning, how we're incorporating learning from previous projects into this project to make the timeline more efficient, to make, all the things. What are we learning? How are we incorporating in this current project would be super helpful. But just back to how it connects to student learning is also for us to be able to go back to our communities and share, and for them to be just as excited as we are about this project, so share how it connects to their experience and their learning would be super helpful.
I think one thing that we do, because we heard that point echoed, and all that information is there, right? We did a lot of research, and a lot of feedback from the students and what their experience is should inform the next generation in all reality. So we can pull some of that together that we didn't get to that depth today, but I think we could share what we've learned through the process of this experience with the design here, so we could share some further details with you.
So I'm glad you hit on the atrium, because I was wondering, what were y'all gonna do with that? I don't know if y'all have been there, but it's just like this brick wall, and it's just there. So anyway, that was like the one thing I was worried about in this whole presentation. Anyway, as a parent, I went to LHS. I didn't. My kid did, and I also have a kid at Glenn, so I've seen both ends of the spectrum of our district. And LHS did amazing things for my student, like as far as education-wise, like the facility. Yes, it is in the condition it's in, but the teachers that are there are amazing. And so I just want to make sure we're not like discrediting the amazing staff we have at LHS. With that said, Chris is right. Those classrooms are tiny, y'all. They're itty bitty. And when you try to do amazing things and give the ultimate student experience, it's really hard to do that. And then you add in, I'm just going to say it, like when it starts raining, there's random places where it starts leaking, and that impacts your student's classroom. And so I'm super excited for this. I know our current environment, what it is, but when I look at each of our high schools, and if we're gonna give each and every student what they need, then we've gotta give LHS this master plan, because I'm sorry, Leander is what, the 8th growing largest city in this state. We talk about trying to regain students, try to up our enrollment. When students and parents don't feel proud or safe in their facilities, they're gonna leave, and we know that. And so I just wanna make that known, and I just wanna say thank y'all for really, really pushing the student voice. I sat in a couple of your meetings, and they were amazing. You really took to heart what the students said and how they were learning in the classroom, but then to take it a step notch, to listen to to listen to our educators, to just really hear on some of their impacts of of teaching in this facility and what can make it better. So I'm excited for this, y'all know that, and just want you to know, Chris, Jack will be a freshman when this could potentially begin, so you're getting another Smith. Board members, if you have any other questions, please, your questions, you can have questions about the design and whatnot, but remember our role in this is governance. I got you, Trish. So, questions, go to Jeremy or Chris. With that said, thank y'all so much.
Thank you.
All right, board members, we will now go, it is 8:01 p.m. and the board will now go into closed session for the purposes permitted by Texas Government Code 551071, consultation with attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation or attorney-client privilege matter. Texas Government Code 551074, personnel deliberation regarding resignations, terminations, employment, reassignments, duties, and evaluation of personnel of public officers. Texas Government Code 55100821, deliberation regarding matters whereby personal identified information regarding one or more students will be disclosed. Texas Government Code 551074, superintendent employment. No action will be taken in closed session. Any action related to closed session agenda items will be taken during open session. 9:41 p.m. and the board is now back from closed session. Board members, we will now move to consent agenda. Board members, do you have any motions related to consent agenda items?
Madam President, I make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
I second.
Motion from Trish, second from Gloria. All in favor? 6 ayes, motion passes. Next, we will move to the superintendent's report. Dr. Clark, you are up, and you have a timer.
That's good. Somebody said cut that timer to 7. I'm going to try. All right. We're going to start off with recognizing or celebrating our new and exciting partner, I guess you would say, in Nebraska Furniture Mart. They're not even open yet, but they have started making over our lounges. They're going to do every campus, and they just completed the first one at Mason Elementary. You can see they put some really nice recliners in there and a brand new table. You can even charge your cell phone sitting in that recliner. There's a little plug in there. This is another fun event. I know Trustee Smith was there at the PTA reflection ceremony. We honored, I don't know, probably about 70 so kids or more. Pretty packed house at the Vista Ridge Auditorium. So that was a good night. Had a lot of student, I think there was a video or something there maybe, I don't know, but a lot of student artwork and creations, different things. It was a great night to honor those students, all elementary all the way to high school. All right, next, I feel the pressure to go fast. So this is a very prestigious honor, so I want to give it some credit. It's the Sutler Shield recipients by the John Philip Sousa Foundation. So this is one of the highest international honors that a high school marching band can receive. Very few bands receive this in the entire world, and we have 2 of them this year in Leander. So that's Rouse High School and the Cedar Park High School Marching Band. Amazing programs at all 6 of our schools, but these 2 earned this honor this year, so we congratulate them. This teacher is Shelby Nichols, and she was chosen as the UIL sponsor for the UIL Sponsor Excellence Award. This honor recognizes educators across Texas who demonstrate exceptional commitment to developing students' extracurricular talents. For the past 6 years, Shelby has coached multiple UIL journalism and writing events and currently serves as the UIL academic coordinator at Rouse High School. She's built a highly successful program that consistently produces district, regional, and state level achievers. So we are proud to celebrate Shelby's dedication. On a personal note, my niece was in her journalism classes and won some awards herself under this teacher's guidance and support. And I watched her when I went to go watch my niece be recognized, and she's very good with students. She's an amazing teacher, so we're lucky to have her. Next, we are recognizing the 2026 Young Bandmaster of the Year recipient, Kendall Santos. She is, this award is from the International Music Fraternity, Phi Beta, is it Mu or Mu? Mu? Yeah. So she brings dedication and care to her work with students every day, and this recognition reflects the positive impact she has in our band programs. So we congratulate her as well. Cedar Park High School, yes. Thank you. Superintendent / board report now. Yeah, right. Okay. So I gave you an update on thank you for your help though. The Early Childhood Center, a couple board meetings ago. This is a look inside. You can see it's really coming together with sheetrock up on the walls. So it's not quite looking exactly like a school yet, but it is taking shape. And as you know, we named the principal there, Christy Hilbin, and she has already been working with our early childhood department. So she's going to have this event where you can go learn about the vision for the early childhood school. And so that's coming February 26th, March 3rd, for those that would like to join that as well. Okay, so this last item I just want to talk to you about. It's a celebration, but it's a different kind of a celebration. I gave each one of you a copy of this a little booklet. And if you remember Jerry, you know Jerry. Hey, it's almost 10 o'clock. Jerry back there in the back row. Jeremy has been working on this for several weeks now. So this book that he has put together, let me just kind of remind you, was developed really in response to board feedback. It was to keep you informed of these lengthy, long-term projects that have like multiple steps and phases to them, but do it in a way that that limits the number of presentations we're having to do. That's good for administration, but good for the board as well. And so we've laid out throughout the spring, just about once a month, that we'll bring you a new copy of this with the updates as we progress through the steps. So each of the initiatives in here, they include like an overview page, and then there's that tells you the different phases of the projects. And then there's a timeline with some tentative dates, so you can see where we would be or where we plan to go. Now, these will evolve as we work through some of these multi-step projects or initiatives, but so that's the whole intent of updating once a month. So you'll have this as a reference, but when we give you a new one, you'll want to reference the new one because things will change. It's a living document. So if we find this to be effective, we may add a few more, but one of the things that Jeremy had shared with us is that we don't want everything in here. We're going to choose very wisely so that it's the appropriate initiative that would fit here. So I hope this is helpful to you all. We don't need to go through all of it tonight, but take it home and look it through. And I love this last page that he put in, who's leading what. So he's got the contact folks for the different initiatives that are going on, so you know who to get in touch with if you have questions. So hope that is helpful to you. Look at that. That was 7 minutes. 7 minutes, all right.
That's impressive. All right, board members, I'm going to have to see that same kind of behavior here soon. Jerry, thanks so much for the package. We appreciate it. No, we're not. All right, board members, thanks so much, Dr. Clark. We're now going to move to 7A2, consider approval of the 2026-2027 academic calendar and acceptance of the 2027-2028 proposed academic calendar. Board members, there was information dropped in board chat about why we have this, so I really hope you paid attention to that. Angela, take it away.
All right, good evening, Madam President, board members, and Dr. Clark. Thank you for having me. I won't tell you how much time I committed to getting this done. But we will move quickly here. So we are bringing to you tonight a correction to the proposed calendar to discuss momentarily before you guys decide whether or not you're ready to move to approval. This is for the 26-27 calendar and the 27-28 calendar. And what we're trying to do here, as far as the correction is concerned, is address the fact that we had one additional day in the calendar to make sure that we have 187 teacher contract days addressed in that calendar. What I'll point out to you is that the adjustment that we're going to make is going to be on the last day of school, and it's still consistent with community feedback. We know that when we're building these calendars, it's critically important that we are consistent with what our community expressed is important to them. So I wanted to elevate one question that I showed you in the last presentation, which is with the school year planned for Friday, May 28th, which was the original presentation that I gave you, how appropriate is that end date? And so we had 76 saying just right with 20% saying too late. So what I'll point out here is that the qualitative feedback did express that really just right meant before Memorial Day. That's what's important to people. So we feel like this adjustment of a day sooner, which would be May 28th, is going to be appropriate and still in line with that 76% that was saying just right, and maybe even better with those 20% that were saying too late. So the recommendation is going to show, you got a little, it's circling and highlighting there for you the date that'll adjust. It was originally drafted and presented to you for the end date being May 28th, and we've moved that as an early release Thursday, May 27th. That's for the 26-27 calendar, and this gives us 187 days after counting the calendar again 17 times and running it through 15 other people. So we did the same thing for 27, 28, and I really had to count this one a lot because it's a leap year. So it actually also ends on a Thursday, and that's going to be on May 25th. So those are the corrections presented to you tonight.
And it's amazing, and a lot of work. And so although we're going to spend a minute, to do the motion, we know that there was a lot of time, community feedback, intentionality, focusing on students. Thank you, and everybody. All right, I move that the board approve the 2026-2027 proposed academic calendar and accept the 2027-2028 proposed academic calendar as presented during tonight's meeting.
Second.
Motion from Trish, second from Laura. Any discussion? No
I have a quick question. Just verifying that we do have extra minutes for 2 days. Is it 2 days?
It is.
Okay.
Yes.
Of bad weather. Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
I want to ask about people's weddings, but I won't. But we had a motion from Trish, a second from Laura. We had a discussion with Sade. All in favor, board members? 6 ayes, motion passes. All right, board members, thank you so much, Angela. Seriously, this has, like I said, been a really great process. Like, you really did your due diligence, and just thank you for getting us out a day earlier. All right, board members, it's going to be our favorite discussion of the night. I hope you're super excited as I am.
Oh, we were going to put the slides in afterwards.
Do we have to move? Do we want to move
Yeah.
it?
Okay.
We can table
Sorry.
it. You want another board
But
meeting?
we need to, I think we need to do 7C2.
You want to do
really
7C2
quick.
first?
Yes,
Okay.
and I can
All
do
right,
that.
board members, let's do 7C2. Consider approval of the designation of an alternative approver for Texas Education Agency TEA login access.
So, board members, if you remember, this was on consent a couple of board meetings ago. We discovered when Dr. Gearing retired, in the transition, we didn't have an alternate approver, in the TEA, TEAL system, I believe is what it's called. We got Sarah Grissom as the alternate approver, but then sent in the documentation, the board, TEA requires that it be a discussion item, that it be in the minutes, so we're just accomplishing that tonight. So I think unless there's too much discussion, we can just take that motion and move, yeah.
I move the Board of Trustees authorize Dr. Sarah Grissom to act as superintendent alternate for approving staff request, also referred to as submitting requests to TEA for access to one or more TEA web applications, access to the Texas Education Agency login TEAL.
Second.
A motion from Trish, second from Laura. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor? 6 ayes, motion passes. Board members, we're doing a little bit of moving around again. We're going to, Pete? Gina? 7C3, discussion of the 2025-2026 budget projections. We're just putting everyone on surprise tonight. We're making new names. It's all great. It's a great night. Whenever, unless you have some great news, let's hear it.
It's great news.
I love it.
We're
I
on
love
track.
this. Yes.
It's a little bit better than it was last month. Again, this leads into our discussion in March. So we were at, $13 million deficit projected. Now we're down to 12.6, so it's moving in the right direction. And so we'll have more in-depth discussion on March 26th. So that's it. It's
Board
just
members, we have a really big meeting on March 26th as our budget workshop. I suggest if you have all the questions to please get with these two beforehand so we're not here until 2 in the morning. Yes? Any other? No. Well, thank you all so much. We appreciate it. Wait, we have 7C4, consider approval of the fiscal year 26 budget amendment number 7. Sorry, guys.
All right, last board meeting, we approved, or 2 board meetings ago, the board approved transferring $2 million from fund balance over to the health insurance fund. This is just the following budget amendment, just to approve that. Technically, you don't have to have a budget amendment in the zero functions, but just to be transparent, we're just asking you to approve the budget amendment, showing that we have a budget amendment in there.
I move the Board of Trustees approve the fiscal year 26 budget amendment number 7 as presented.
Second.
Motion from Gloria, second from Trish. Any discussion, board members? No discussion, all in favor? 6 ayes, motion passes. Thank you all so much. Again, board members, please get with them before our budget workshop. And now we are ready for our big discussion. 7B1, discussion of board priorities. All right, Dr. Claris, take it away.
All right, I know it is 9:56, but this is going to be the best. Well, I don't know. Chris and Jerry were pretty good earlier today, so this will be the second best presentation of the night. I am pretty excited. I know it's late, so I'm going to move a little quickly, and we could possibly bump some of this to our next meeting. But at least this will take us a little bit further down the road of establishing board goals. So the purpose of tonight, and that's the first thing I want to point out, is that we're going to just continue this discussion of developing board goals and priorities. If you remember, I'm the one that really introduced the word priorities, but as this has evolved, I think board goals is the more appropriate term for us to use. So let's move in that direction, and that'll make sense here in a little bit. But I really want to point out, with a lot of work with all of you, with your feedback, but specifically with Trish on using this as a tool for effective governance. I think there's a lot of power in this, not only just for the near future, but even in the next 3 to 5 years as we work through some of these important goals for our district. So here's some anticipated outcomes. Now, depending on timing, we may not get to both of these. The most important thing is for us to try to get some clarity on what goals that we would like to adopt as a board, or that you would like to adopt as a board, so we can get those finalized and adopt them on March 12th. Then and maybe we don't even have to adopt them then, but if we get those finalized, I think it will inform our discussion around some of these other components of what I'm referring to as architecture of governance. Is the way we lay this out to set us up all to be successful in our various roles as a team of 8, but also administrative team in the district. So we're going to walk through some of that first, and then we're going to jump to the goals. So we're going to it's going to seem like we're doing this backwards, but I think it'll make sense as we go. So just as a reminder, we had that initial discussion at our February 5th boarding, and then on the 6th, you were given feedback form, and most of you got that to us. I know not all of you did, but we did get feedback in the meeting itself, and we appreciate that. Tonight, I kind of described what we were doing, and then on the 12th, we hope to finalize if we want to adopt those, or we can wait and adopt all of it at once. But I would like to get these goals finalized on the 12th if we're ready, if you're ready, so we can drive the next part of this conversation. So one of the things I want to point out here is, you've seen this slide before, but down at the bottom, I added a couple of other additional sources that we're looking at. In addition to BAA legal and BJA, Oren talked about that, but AE local is another policy that outlines our vision, mission, our guiding documents, core beliefs, all of those important factors that frame really all of this. And then the ISO training, which is from TEA, there's not a lot that comes out from them that we always find super helpful, but I've not been through this training. I've seen some of the slides and read a lot of the information because of my work with Trish, and so and Dr. Grissom too. So there's some valuable aspects, and that's very much incorporated in this. And then even additionally thinking about community concerns and feedback that we've heard in board meetings that then become board member concerns and feedback over the last really 12 months, I would say. So I want to talk about this concept of governance architecture. So sometimes I have to really simplify things to understand them. And I just Googled the meaning of the word governance and the meaning of the word architecture. How do these two things go together? It made sense to me, but I really wanted to have like a deeper understanding. So I thought I would share those with you. If you think about governance, we all have an image that comes in our mind when we think about that word. For me, it's not always something that seems like super fun or appealing. Sometimes we have a negative connotation about it. But when I read this definition, and to be real transparent, I kind of pieced together a couple of definitions to make it make sense for us. But if you think about processes and systems that we use to manage our organization at the highest level, and this board is at the highest level of that. So architecting is about unifying, and I love this word coherent, a unifying or coherent form. It even kind of aligns with our conversation about Leander High School tonight and those different phases. How do we take something that is seemingly disjointed and kind of messy and disorganized and make it coherent, and it aligns work? So I just thought that would kind of help frame the conversation a little bit. So here are a couple of four components. What are those systems and processes that help us have a coherent form or structure? Goals, which I talked a little bit about earlier, where we mentioned that I mentioned that priorities was a word I was using, but goals is measurable and time-bound and student-oriented are very important, I think, in this architecture. And then this concept of constraints, and I leave /guardrails. So constraints, and a lot of this, correct me if I'm wrong, comes from the ISO training, yes. And a lot of this is about constraints of the superintendent and how you guide the work. What are you protecting with as the work is done? How are you doing the work is what constraints are about. And so the word constraint, for some reason it has a negative. I don't want to be constrained. Nobody wants to be constrained, right? But sometimes constraints, there's freedom in defining boundaries. And so how do we capitalize on that concept so it provides clarity for our system? It provides coherence for our system. Delegation is a concept around of who is deciding what and who's responsible. I've probably heard staying in our lane multiple times from board members on this dais about how do we know what our lane is? How do we know what's administration's lane? I appreciate that. I think we all have noble and the best of intentions of trying to do the work that we're all working on together. But when we talk about a system that helps define who does what, I think that's really important as well, and it helps us with efficiency. It helps ease frustration. I'm just going all off, and I don't even know if I'm following my notes or not. And then monitoring, I think this is a really important piece. All of these are very important pieces. But from a monitoring standpoint, there's that clarity of how does the board know if adequate progress is being made? I've heard board members talk about this, even when I sit over there and present on student data. You appreciate the information, but how do I know if that's good or not? Is kind of the thinking I've heard from some of that. Sometimes the data is obviously good, but how do we know it's the right progress for students in Leander ISD? And then more importantly, what are we going to do if progress is not made? What changes will be determined? What does that lack of progress trigger? I'm going to pause there for a minute. Do those four concepts kind of sound okay? Make sense to the board, and in terms of this conversation. All right. So let's go on. So you guys know I kind of like BAA legal, and I like this specific definition of governance. It almost serves as a North Star for me. So I know time is a crunch, but if you would take a few minutes, just read this, and because I went back to it after I started getting into these four concepts. Do you see those four concepts anywhere in this definition? So just look at it and try to identify what are the phrases or words. I mean, one of them is really obvious.
Monitors, oversees, desired results, systems to achieve, clearly defined.
So before I show you what I think, I'm not sure on how I labeled two of them, so I'm kind of interested to see if you agree or disagree. So I have oversee the management, ensure the superintendent, And then achieve desired results. Achieve and desired results are separate, but I think those go together. And then monitor. I have underlined those 4, and I feel like my arrows are off a little bit, but I think in the transition from Google Slides to PowerPoint, things shift. But the board goals, that's what achieve desired results are about. And then ensure the superintendent. I list that as constraints or guardrails, or categorize that. And then delegation is oversee the management. So how are we defining what our roles are? When you oversee, that's your role. Management, which is superintendent and administration's role, is how I make sense of that. And then obviously monitor, like I said, the arrows are off, but it should be pointing to that underlined word monitor. Do you agree? The 2 I went back and forth on was constraints and delegation. Any disagreement there?
So I just thought about the body corporate, because that's the board as a whole. Like, that's a constraint.
Oh, I didn't even think of that. Yeah, that's true. In what way?
It's a constraint
assume.
because otherwise you're hearing from 7 different people as opposed to one group.
Good job,
I love that. I agree. That's what I thought when you said it, but I thought, well, let me just make sure I'm agreeing, or that I understand this the same way. So, when governance architecture is done well, and I like this image because you can see it goes from what the architect is drawing and how it turns into that. I think that the term was that coherent, there's coherence, the finished product. How do you go from what the architect does to the finished product on the side, and does it turn out the way that the architect intended? So I have a couple of notes on this one I did want to point out. So when it's done well, you have those clear, measurable outcomes, and you have those values protected through constraints. The work of the board, superintendent, administration, staff is clear, even though it's different, but it's also aligned. I really like that wording around delegation because we all do different things, but we want it to be aligned in terms of coherence. And then there's a common understanding of how we'll know if we're successful. So when we sit there and present information to you, we know before we get here if we are successful, and we know what you're going to think. Sometimes when I've sat there, I wasn't sure what you all were going to think. And not always in a bad way, but when we have that common understanding of monitoring and measuring, it leaves a little, very little to chance. But I love this last bullet. Trustee concerns, ideas, and feedback become aligned and governable. So I do get feedback from, as all superintendents from board members do. But how do we turn your feedback and your ideas and your concerns into something that is governable? That's what this architecture is really all about. So talking about like what happens if we don't get this right. And I think most of you would probably agree that we haven't actually gotten all this right in the past. And some of these things really rang true. We have long presentations, multiple KPIs. We start doing things from a compliance checklist. Trustee discussions, debate are around implementation. Then strategy resets and changes as election results change. So those are just some of those aren't all things that have happened, but those are things that can happen, that should the direction and what happens in the district change when board members change? Or do we build this this governance architecture that is consistent beyond who the superintendent is and who the board members are? So, but when you do get this right, the monitoring tightens, the conversations are shortened and more efficient. bond, long-range planning, those things are aligned. There's less demand from trustees for competing or different goals that become just undoable. Administration focuses on improvement instead of anticipation. So we're looking for that type of governance that holds. All right, I know it's late, but I thought about this. I'm gonna make y'all play this game.
I told him you would like it.
Okay. So I'm going to channel my inner Bob Barker for young people in the room. That was a game show host. Or maybe it's Pat Sajak. I have Vanna White with us tonight. So she's going to bring some tools to you. So we're going to play this governance game called, is it a goal, constraint, delegation, or monitoring? It's super fun. So I'm going to have Vanna hand, she might use hers as a weapon. We don't want that. In a minute, I'm going to put up some of the concerns or feedback or thoughts that we've received from board members over the last several months. And then when I put it up, you're going to write on your board whether you think it was a goal, a constraint, or would it be best addressed through a goal, constraint, delegation, or through monitoring. All right, does everybody understand? That's all right. That's all right. You have a marker? Everybody ready? I promise I'll go fast. All right, the first one. So staff and community engagement and major decisions. Now, I've shortened and synthesized these. So this is a concern or a piece of feedback from a board member. Was that best addressed through a goal, constraint, delegation, or monitoring? So, you're not supposed to show it yet. All right, you can show them. You can show them.
Wait, what are we doing?
Yeah, show them, everybody. Delegation, constraint. All right. So, somebody that said constraint, what's your reasoning? And then I'll ask you what yours is too.
Go ahead, Nkosi, you go.
I put constraint because I think it gives parameters for the superintendent in terms of how we want the work to be executed. And so it's just providing those guardrails.
Excellent. How come you chose delegation? So many of them can be many of them can be both, honestly.
Well, I was thinking about in some instances where you want the staff to really, well, it talks about engagement, but maybe almost like owning the process. And so that's where the delegation comes in. But as far as the community is concerned, you're not delegating to the community.
No, that makes a lot of sense. So I would say constraint is the best way to address this. I like your thinking though, but this guides how you want the superintendent and administrator to do their work. So we're going to put a constraint in place to address that. All right, next one is if the concern or feedback is there's inconsistency in implementation of curriculum or other initiatives and expectations. Inconsistency is something I hear a lot. Yeah. Would you do that through goal, constraint, delegation, or monitoring? Okay, you can show them. All right, we have some monitoring and a constraint. Monitoring, what do you say on monitoring?
So I think about the Gibson audit report, right? And I think that's one of those things right now we saw, I'm not gonna say the numbers, we saw what the report said. And I think for us, right, that's kind of like we're monitoring to see what y'all are doing. And you brought us back some action steps and whatnot. I wouldn't say it's like a complete goal, right? Because we don't want to make every audit a goal. But I feel like for us, it's one of those things we went and got, we're cleaning up. We're going to, monitor what y'all are doing and just getting updates.
I absolutely agree. I feel I would do it as a constraint, and then I want monitoring on that constraint. So I see the constraint is, we need you to be consistent. We want the superintendent to have the fidelity and think across the district and across all campuses. And the monitoring, you'd bring us updates, right? You'd bring us updates on how audit. So I kind of could see them as both.
Good point. And so monitoring can, I think it's true, it can be both, this one, and a lot of them can be a constraint in monitoring or delegation in monitoring. I'll do just, let me find a better one. Here we go. Academic performance of all students and significant performance gaps between groups of students. How would you address that? Goal, constraint, delegation, or monitoring? Oh. Get her a lollipop or something. Let's get it. All right. I have like 25 of these. Now I'm going to do them all because you started playing. No. All right. You have two. Go for it. Explain.
Well, you set the goal around those, but you have to monitor the goal. So goal and monitor.
So I saw goal. Did everybody have goal? But you're right. This can be monitoring as well. All right, I promise we'll just do one more. I do have quite a few of these, but y'all are picking up this concept fit. Budget development aligned to goals and priorities. If that's something a trustee wants, or it's feedback or concern, you can show them if you have it on. Delegation, constraint, delegation. Okay, you had C and D. Nkosi, what were you thinking with
there we go. Constraint, because I think, I think of this as a sequencing of constraint of like, and early on, we're saying this is what we want, this is what we desire, and so we desire a budget aligned to priorities and goals. I put delegation because this is a really unique, I think, responsibility of the board, and one area where we're working in tandem, and we have a lot of just responsibility, and so that's why I thought the D part was kind of important, the delegation.
No, I agree. As I saw that, it's like all these lights came on, which is that we should have goals as a board. If we don't, then how do we know the budget's being developed? So the board has to have those goals and those priorities that are clear, but we need the administration to act on it. So there's that delegation portion. I think there's also a constraint in that we want the superintendent to make sure they're bringing us a budget that is aligned, but I also agree too with, there may be monitoring pieces on this, like how is that working? Is that improving or doing the things we need? So yeah, actually I think as I saw all the different pieces, like, yeah, I could see how they all kind of work together.
any comments? No. So I'm just trying, I'm trying.
I'll add my little legalistic thing here is that I feel like the board approves the budget, the administration develops the budget. So I think that's why I thought about delegation versus others.
Yeah, this one is tricky because there are constraints, delegation, but even some monitoring too, maybe? I don't know, we'll see. Okay, all right. You guys get the concept, right? Okay, I feel like I'm gonna quit while I'm ahead on that game. But there are many of them when we load this. If you want to just take your board home and play it later tonight or tomorrow, you can. So I wanted to just introduce that concept. We're not going to get to constraints and delegation and monitoring tonight, but I am going to hand you, when you leave, a list. If you remember what I gave you last week, it was written as outcomes, administrative actions, and I think monitoring, and then priorities. Forget those titles. I think we had all the right things, or a lot of the right things, and so those aren't gone. They're just reorganized into these four components, or those three components. We're going to look at goals in a minute, but everything else Outside of the goals, you're going to see a minute fits into constraint, delegation, or monitoring. Now, I want to say this now, and I'm going to talk about what I want you to do with that handout in a minute, or when we finish tonight, but I don't know that I know I don't have them all in the right places, and I know I don't have every bit of your feedback, so I want you to look at it and see if your feedback was captured in there somewhere. It may not be exactly as you wrote it, but I also really would like you to look at that and see, does it fit in constraint? Does it fit in the right category? All right, so now let's shift gears a little bit. A lot of feedback on what priorities and goals might look like. So I've developed 4 goals, but these are not my goals. These are the board's goals. So I've only tried to reflect back what I'm hearing from trustees. The first goal is really easy because you've already adopted it for House Bill 3. So I'm going to walk you through that very quickly because you've seen it before. But you saw these slides when the team presented last board meeting. And the first 3 dots indicate prior performance up until spring of 25, and then the goals extend on out into 2030. So, and then these are the various groups of students, program participation, and then what I did, same thing for reading language arts, 3rd grade. So for the document you're going to get in a little while is I just took that 5th year, which is June of 2030, and turned it into a goal that the percentage of students achieving meets expectation on 3rd grade math and reading STAR will meet or exceed the following student group goals. So those numbers are the same thing that were presented as House Bill 3 that you adopted. So now this can become one of our board goals that drives work over the next several years. So we took that concept and played with a lot of different approaches. In talking with Emily, landed it, how do we address this from a middle school perspective and a high school perspective? So if you think about the House Bill 3 goals, this 3rd grade goal drives work not just in 3rd grade. It drives work in pre-K, kindergarten, 1st grade, 2nd grade. That's really where you want the work to happen, and also 3rd, but it really needs to happen in all of those levels. Sade is not the only one, but does bring up 7th grade math frequently, and she is correct. So we see a performance issue that really doesn't just start in 7th grade, is exposed there because of the way our pathways split. So how do we address that? So we wrote 6th grade goals. So think about if we get really good at the 3rd grade goal, and then as those students move into the 6th grade and we're working towards goals there, what does that do? I talk about 7th grade math because it's something it's a real area of improvement for us. What does that do to that 7th grade performance over time? I think it definitely improves it when we're hitting the mark at the 3rd grade level and then continuing on to 6th. So following the same pattern, we looked at the previous 3 years' performance and then projected out using the same process that we did for House Bill 3 goals with 6th grade math and reading. And you'll see what those look like here for all students. And then you look at student groups. And then you look at program participation, which is emergent bilingual special education economically disadvantaged. Again, those first 3 bullets are the prior year's performance, and then the next are the goals. The next 5 are the goals. And then here's the same format, and I'm going through these quickly. You'll have access to this to really think about it before you have to decide if this is what we want to do. And then they land in the document that you will take home tonight as goals, written very similarly to House Bill 3 goals. If this becomes a board goal, again, this is what we would shoot for at minimum by 2030 to see that improvement in performance. I know you know this. I just want to make sure I'm pointing out these are meets expectations, which is above the level of pass. That terminology always throws people off. I'm just making sure that that everybody knows that, not even so much in the room, anybody that may be watching this later. So we're talking about a higher performance level beyond approaches, which is passed in the state of Texas. Followed that same thinking and focused on Algebra 1. So we talked about Algebra 1 high school only. It's really hard to pull that data out in a way that's easy to measure. So we can still set the goal on Algebra 1 for all students. We know that high school Algebra 1 students tend to have more performance issues than those who take the Algebra 1 in 8th grade. Same reason we have that challenge. But again, think through this concept of we're getting good at 3rd grade level. We're really focusing on 6th grade. What does that then do to Algebra 1 performance for all students? Same thing with English 1. So this is the English, or the Algebra 1, 3 years performance and the projection out. You get the concept, so I'll go quickly. Here's it's broken out by student groups, and then participation in programs. Here's English 1, student groups, program participation, and then you'll see the same format for this goal as well. Now, everything I read says that 1 to 3 is the best. There's a 4th option here. I'm nervous about 4 goals. We don't have to do all 4, but just to put a little icing on the cake, we went through the same process looking. We've talked a lot, how can we look at CCMR? CCMR data is complicated and messy. We don't officially get it from the state until about 18 months after a kid graduates do we find out if they met CCMR status. When I think about what we intend to do with these goals, superintendent evaluation, how are we monitoring our progress? We do monitor a lot of CCMR stuff in-house, in district, but there's so many factors that come into play. We get pretty close. Emily's amazing. She gets really close, but it's never exactly right. So we want really clean data for the way we're going to use this. So instead of looking at just CCMR, or looking at CCMR as a whole, can we focus in on TSI, meeting that TSI criteria? We can get very clean data on that without having to wait that lengthy amount of time. So took the same data, same concept, 3 years performance, and projected it out. What's interesting is you'll see our performance is much higher here. So we look at this data back here, and sometimes I get concerned. I know you guys do as well. The TSI data is not perfect, but it's kind of was nice for me to see this and think, we see some struggles through our system, but our kids get there in the end. I want Texas, through the Texas Success Initiative, what they say the expectation is, a lot of our kids are getting there, but we want to do better. So we want to see that at 90% at the end of this 5-year cycle. Here are the student groups. Again, you see higher performance. There are still the gaps we need to address, but we still see higher performance overall. And then participation in programs. A lot of work to do with our special ed students still, but again, it's higher than some of the other performance areas. Same for TSI and language arts. And then this 4th goal there. So I don't know what my opinion, I go back and forth. Is 4 too many? I don't know. And you may not like any of these goals. But I would like for you to just, as you get your copy of them, think about them. And when we come back, if you have strong feelings against, or just, we're not going to do a Google form or anything, just send me a chat, send me a text, call me. Maybe you want a Google form? Okay, we'll get a Google form for you, Nikosi.
I just want to make a comment. Can I make a
yes,
comment?
please, go
yeah,
right ahead.
So I like the idea of the 4 goals, mainly because it covers from early childhood all the way to 12th grade.
I know, me too.
Because the 3rd goal ends at 9th grade and doesn't cover the last 3 years. So that's why I like this last one.
I agree.
I like TSI just because we know our high schools are already super focused on this, and I feel like it's just supporting them, and it's just something we're already doing in the system. So let's just keep monitoring that, and just like you said, like, it does paint a different picture. Our students do get there at the end, and so I really like this 4th goal a lot.
But then, once we set on these, my thought or expectation is, then as a board, we're gonna be taught, like, this will be the bulk of our conversations. And so I think that's what the board needs to ask themselves, like, do we think this is success? If we get this, how do we feel? And I'd love to hear later what Chris or our administration thinks, but that's what the bulk of our conversations will be. And then you'd be bringing us measures, updates throughout the whole school year on these numbers.
And I agree. I like the 4 goals. If I had to pick which one to get rid of, I don't think I could. But then I started thinking about how do we prep all the presentations and for the monitoring of this. But what I do believe is if it's important to the board, we're going to focus on that. And so this will, I believe, goals drive behavior. So I would encourage the board to set the goals that will drive the behavior and the action that you want to see in this district. So that's my encouragement. I wouldn't have put 4 up here if I wasn't, I'm a little nervous about it, but I think I can be okay with it too.
I have something to add. I want to
Go for
throw
it.
a wrench in it.
Please.
So, I always say that. You can do all the work and all of that stuff, but if the students are not at school, so it's basically comes down to attendance and absenteeism, chronic absenteeism, so. Oh, okay.
So
that
there,
wouldn't be okay.
yeah, no,
Okay.
you're right. There was good feedback about that, and that has, when, do you have the handouts for them, Cindy? Well, you don't have, when you get, well, we can go ahead and hand them out. That is listed, I think it's in there as a constraint. Yeah, I thought the same thing. I went the direction of a goal around attendance. And again, if that's what the board wants to do, I think we can do that. But for tonight's presentation, I included it in, I think it's in there as a constraint. If it's not, we can certainly add it. I know the feedback came around that.
I think all of these are very important, but to me, they are missing a really important piece of what we were told in the academic audit, which is that we have work to do at both ends of the curve, and I don't see that reflected here. And that's concerning to me.
So that, you're talking about GT students or advanced?
Our advanced students,
Yeah.
the academic audit said we are not adequately differentiating instruction for them. And I think that for me, that is an ongoing thing that I think needs to be like more monitored more transparently.
I believe it's in there as a constraint or something we would, part of the challenge is the state does not report data as a student group for GT or as a program for GT. Pulling that data then in a separate way does that, I mean, I know that doesn't solve the problem. I'm just giving you the reason why it's not here right now. So, and I don't disagree with you. I mean, I read the audit as well, but I wonder if there's a way to incorporate that through constraints or monitoring in some way to address that without creating a data problem.
I understand that. I think in terms of constraints, like I guess it's important to me that there is some form of monitoring that can be, there can be some oversight and accountability there. And so without it being specific or having some sort of metric, it's hard to do that. And I understand that there are limitations with the data, but to see it reflected somewhere in a goal, I think is really important.
I have a question, so about that, Laura, so if we go to page 6 they just gave us, right? We look under the constraints and guardrails, right? The superintendent will focus on ensuring high-functioning collaborative teams, right? And then if we go to delegation and we see administrative, I did see action-oriented assessment and data analysis practices that lead to improvement growth for all students at all levels of academic performances and focuses on low performance essential TEKs. Is it possible we could put that in there? High achieving, or however, what is the correct word for that?
Right. Yes, I think we could fit it in there somewhere. I thought it was in there in some, and just because it's in there one way doesn't mean it has to stay that way. We could add it in different places. There's a way to solve this, I'm sure, because it is an important
I feel
factor.
like, yeah, I feel like there's I guess there's so many, I'm having a hard time trying to figure out what do we measure in this, right? Like, do we talk about pathways? Do we talk about how many people have access to advanced classes? Like, I guess it's the discussion the board's really gonna have to decide, but I don't know, maybe I feel like if we can fix this delegation, board administrative responsibilities for it to reflect that, I get what she's saying, like, we keep talking about, right, bringing kids back into the district, right? And parents are seeking these high-performing, pathways and whatnot, but like, how do we measure that? How do we talk about that and get the data to know that what we're doing is making a difference? Am I making any sense?
Yeah, I think it does, and I think it really depends on where the board lands. I did not have a way tonight to pull data because the way we create all this, if it's something that the board really wants to include somewhere in the goals, I will talk to Emily and see if there's a way we can extract that, or if it's a way we want to monitor through the monitoring piece of this. We will monitor things that aren't this. It's all things that support this in addition to monitoring that. So
I think the difference I see is that goals are about these parts that you have like measurements. We're going from this percent to this percent, and with the focus of all the measures you can see underneath it to see us all heading in that direction. Whereas constraints are not so much about the student outcome score, it's what we're talking about is where's the consistency? How are we doing on the academic? How are we doing on differentiated learning? It's all those system things that we talk about, but it goes in a different area because the information and how we get presented that and how we have that discussion is different than this. I feel like they're two different discussions in a way. So, yeah.
they are. Oh, go.
I think, though, one of my concerns is that we don't have numbers for those kids. Like, I think that alone is something that is, like, something to work towards. Because we don't know, what I'm hearing is we don't know where they're performing. Like, we have no way of, like, measuring that. And so I think that for me, I think of constraints as, like, values and so, I understand that. I think what I'm looking for and what I'm hearing from folks in the community is that they do want like more of a focus on and that on like outcomes for our advanced learners, and then what's driving that, what's underneath that in terms of delegation are the systems and practices that get us there. But if you aren't measuring it or if you aren't putting it as a goal, then I get concerned that the systems and delegation kind of fall through because we're not working towards a goal in and of itself. Does that make sense?
I think but you could do like something like, I want to see more student enrollment going from this percentage to this percentage in advanced classes, right? And then they, admin, because it's delegation, then they go work on that structure. Because we can have all the structures we want at this board
That's right.
meeting, but we'll be here to 4 a.m., right?
Yeah, that's why I'm saying I'm
So
trying to figure out like what outcomes
could
are we
be
looking
that.
for those students?
You could, as Chris said, there's lots of different ways we can think about what we want to do. I think the challenge is like, there's so many, like, I have so many discussions I'd love to have, right? I'd love to talk about, students and how's their mental health and stress level and bullying in classrooms, but that's not as a system gonna move the student outcome. For me, that would end up going in constraint. But when I'm looking at all the constraints, you don't want 300 constraints. You really want to focus on the things. And so part of my challenge as I'm thinking through is like, if these things start moving, will these other areas that I really care about also move? And I think that's just something you have to process.
Yeah.
Like, we can't process it all tonight.
Yeah.
That's a good question, though.
So one I would love to see some data to know, like, is this just perception that we're not properly accelerating students that are gifted and talented? Is that just perception, or do we have real data to back it up? When I think of the STAR and where we are in terms of master, we have continued to grow in that space, and I think are like outperforming region, state, all that good stuff. So one, if you can bring back some data to help us to understand how our most advanced learners are growing in the system, that would be helpful to even I think for me to think through, should it be a goal? Is this a area that we are not doing really well in, and we need a special kind of attention to? And then what I wanted to, I think Trish mentioned, is kind of answering the question, like, are we successful? We're trying to answer the question, like, if we achieve these goals, are we successful? And so I'm having trouble being able to, if we achieve these goals, to be able to say yes, in terms of like, this is the vision, this is what, and so from my perspective, like, academic success is like the foundation, but providing this meaningful, and I'm picking from our vision documents, but this meaningful whole child experience is like, not only what sets us apart, but that's what kind of fulfills our mission and vision. And like, if we don't do that, and our kids are knocking it out of the box academically, but they aren't prepared for life after K-12, then like, have we failed them in some kind of way? And so, like, I'm just trying to think through, how can we capture, if our young people are getting those meaningful experiences that are leading to these desired outcomes. And so I don't know what that meaningful whole child experience, what's that composite metric, but
I'm afraid that if we go back down that road, we'll be talking about paint dry again. So I'm just gonna be honest. So I'm like, I think, yes, there's some validity in that, right? But I also think that I want we need to have these specific tangible things that we can put our finger on at the same time. But I hear you, right? How do we incorporate those? I just don't know if those are the goals, because I worry then that we're going to cycle back.
I think my personal opinion, these are the board's goals. I keep wanting to say that because I don't know that they're the goals. That sounds like a value that we want to protect, which is constraint. It's important, though. I don't disagree with you. So can we monitor specific, I think somebody gave this feedback, that can we monitor specific questions on the student survey or parent survey that monitors that student engagement? It was an area where we had low percentages in, I think, middle and high a couple of years ago or last year. And so they are getting better, but so I think that's something that could be a constraint with that monitoring piece attached to it. Because those are I'm basing this off our conversation the other day, those are foundational to this. So when they don't have that engagement and good experience at school, you don't see that kids don't hate school and do well at the same time usually. Not a lot of kids say they love school, but yeah. So I think just because it's 10:45 and I was going to try and be done at 10:35, I'm happy to stay and keep discussing, but let me go ahead here. If we could get any feedback from you around the goals specifically. I know the GT thing is there. I'm going to talk to Emily this week and see if there's any way to pull that data. But then if we could try to get these goals finalized, again, if that means adopting them, or do we wait and adopt the constraints, guardrails, delegations all at once, I'm fine with that. But I think it's hard to have those constraints, guardrails, delegation discussions when we aren't clear on what our goals are. And so once we get that clarity, then we can start that next discussion. So the homework you have is to take this handout and mark it up, give me the feedback on those goals, because I would like to bring back any adjustments to those goals so we can have some kind of like almost final or final versions of them. But then I envision the 12th being very discussion oriented about where we place things under constraint, delegation, and there you'll notice there's not a lot under the monitor category. So what are your ideas about how to monitor as well? And that, because all the constraints and administrative actions mean nothing if we're not clear on how we're going to monitor it and define success. So I know it was late, but I do appreciate you guys engaging in the conversation. I think this is important for the direction of our district, so thank you very much.
Yeah. I do have a question as we're thinking about goals. Just, we're going to go and we're going to do this homework and we're going to be like, what type of goals do we want? And I'm just telling you, my brain can go, I mean, I can just have questions about everything, and the board knows this, right? So if I said, oh, well, I want to see us improve students getting a year's worth of academic growth from this many percentage of students getting it to this many percentages get a year worth. Well, there's like 3 or 4 layers of measures in there, and it's going to start getting fuzzy. So can you help us just kind of, just real quick, tell me what should we be thinking of when we're thinking of goals? Like how do we not come with a list of 50? What are the main things we should be thinking about that's in there? It's got to be measurable, I know that, but.
I think for goals, we need lagging, right? It's late. Okay, lagging data. So that summative type data. So to measure what you just described, now STAR does measure growth, but only in certain grades. So 3rd grade doesn't measure growth because there's not a STAR in 2nd grade. Algebra 1, there's no growth. English 1, there's no growth because there's no test the year before that aligns to it. So measuring growth, if we focus on growth, that is just a totally different, it's really hard to measure. And so growth on MAP or AMIRA and ISIP, depending on what our new data system is going to be like, as we're learning and implementing it, but right now MAP doesn't disaggregate data and growth by
I'm sorry, I didn't want to get us off. So it needs to be something we can measure, lagging data.
lagging data, summative, end of year type data, which is pretty much ties us to STAR.
And can we reach out to you to kind of, if we want to get your thoughts on what would really get the system, like, does this goal really move the system? And you could tell us why or why not.
Yes, absolutely. You call me anytime. Yeah. Not after 9 p.m.
I guess, okay, I just want to make it, let's just set some expectations. I know it says finalized goals are going to be adopted on the 12th. I don't think that's going to happen on the 12th. I just want to go ahead and let y'all know that. I think we'll explain later. And also, I know tonight's not the night, but maybe it'll be the 12th and after you get feedback. But, I understand like the constraints with GT. I mean, my kids qualified for GT, but I pulled them out. So they wouldn't be part of that whole percentage that we're looking for. So I'm just wondering, like, you and your team, what is that advanced pathways, advanced learners, like what could we measure? What is the best way that we could measure to see what that student outcome looks like? Like one thing, and I don't want to set anyone up for failure or anything, but like we just rolled out this math pathways program, right? Like, are we tracking that? What does that look like? How many students have been able to access that? Like, I don't know what that looks like. Like, I'm just wondering, what can y'all bring us back that indicates that we're giving advanced learners what they need? I just don't know what that is, Chris.
Yeah, I'll look into that. So there's two parts, because what I think I hear Laura saying is measuring performance of students. That would be participation in a program. And so then how do you define who an advanced learner is? Do they earn the label GT? That's not really tracked in a system. That's why we don't report on it. The state doesn't even report on it, but I'll have to ask Emily more details if that's possible.
I think for me, there's flexibility in like what the data is, right? Because I know we don't have the data systems yet, even if that's something that we want to work towards. But I think completely omitting it from goals concerns me, that it's going to fall off the radar in terms of priorities. And so, like I said, I'm flexible with like what that data looks like, but I just, yeah, I want it, if this is what we're going to focus on in our discussions, then I want to make sure that it's included. Or that I feel strongly, I'm not the only person, so I can't make that decision, but that's something that I just, I think would be a mistake to leave off.
I think it's worth a discussion. I think, Chris, you can get with your team and figure out what that looks like. Y'all probably have a better idea of what, how we can help monitor and track and all the things.
Sure.
Awesome. Y'all, is board okay with that? All right. Oh my gosh, did we do this? Everyone's okay? Why are you staring at me? All right, board members. Okay, so you have your package. And you are going to get with Dr. Clark if you have questions, and don't call him after 9 p.m. And I would,
I need feedback on goals. I know you don't need to call me, but I know the GT, I'm going to do that. But, I mean, I don't mean that, yes. No, you can call me. You don't need to tell me, it's clear. But if you have other questions or feedback on the goals, that's the most important thing. Then the rest of your notes and things you make, just bring them to the next board meeting to inform your discussion. Yeah.
all right, board members, if you have no other questions, awesome. If not, get with Dr. Clark. It is 10:52 p.m. and having no further business, this meeting of the Leander ISD Board of Trustees is adjourned. Good night, Leander.